Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the international seminar on women's and widows' health, well-being, empowerment, and sustainable development 2023, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, India's G20 presidency, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and also World Health Organization 75th anniversary in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing and all other collaborators. We warmly welcome you to the international seminar. Before we start our proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
The blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's commemorations and sessions. So initially, today we are commemorating United Nations Public Service Day. This day, which is also commemorated as properly known as United Nations Public Service Day and Awards, is celebrating 20th anniversary on this year, 2023. So the UN Public Service Day intends to celebrate the value and virtue of public service to the community, highlight the contribution of public service in the development process, recognize the work of public servants, and to encourage young people to pursue careers in public sector. Since the award ceremony in 2003, the United Nations has received an increasing number of submissions from all over the world. The United Nations Peace Public Service Awards is one of the most prestigious international recognition of excellence in public service. It rewards the creative achievements and contributions of public service institutions that lead to a more effective and responsive public administration in countries worldwide. Through an annual competition, the UN Public Service Awards promotes the role, professionalism, and visibility of public service. On 20th December 2002, the General Assembly designated 23rd June as Public Service Day by adopting Resolution 57/277. To bolster recognition of the day and the value of the public service, the United Nations established the UN Public Service Awards bolster recognition of the day and the value of public service, the United Nations established the UN Public Service Awards, UNPSA program in 2003, which was revived in 2016 to align with the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development. The United Nations Public Service Forum is a global event that focuses on capacity development in public governance. Each year, UNDESA organizes the forum with a host country using the event to host capacity development workshops, the UN Public Service Award ceremony, and a ministerial roundtable. Effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions are essential to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This is recognized by the SDG 16 and 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The agenda also recognizes that governments have the primary responsibility for implementing the SDGs and ensuring follow-up and review over coming 15 years at the national, regional, and global levels. One of the first steps government takes to implement the agenda is open to the shape the institutional arrangements for the steering the implementation of the SDGs and reviewing progress. Public administration, the cornerstone of governments, workplace, an essential and critical role in improving people's lives. Reinventing public administration is a positive and necessary way forward. Without public administration, modernization and transformation to adapt to today's needs, realizing a better future for all will be possible or all will be impossible. So we need to adapt to today's needs, realizing a better future. Where the capable administrations are lacking, governments are incapacitated, and where governments are incapacitated, sustainable developments fall short. So that's why government plays a vital role. So the United Nations Public Service Forum brings together approximately 800 to 1,000 participants annually. It serves as a platform for discussing emerging issues, innovative practices, and capacity development strategies related to sustainable development. Each year, the forum explores a specific critical area of public governance and brings together leaders, policymakers, practitioners, and representatives from various sectors. The World Public Sector, one of UNIDISA flagship reports, aims to capture the emerging issues, concerns, and innovations in governance and public administration, especially those who contribute to the realization of the UN Development Agenda, including the Sustainable Development Goals. The report is intended for policymakers, practitioners, and civil society, particularly in developing countries and transition economies. Today, we are also commemorating International Widows' Day. There are estimated 258 million widows around the world, and nearly 1 in 10 live in extreme poverty. In some parts of the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, for instance, it is reported that around 50% of the women are widows. And widows are coerced into participating in harmful, degrading, and even life-threatening traditional practices as part of burial and mourning rites. So the theme for the International Widows' Day is Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. So we have seen the earlier year's theme, Invisible Women and Invisible Problems, rightly address the magnitude and the characteristics of the issues faced by the widows. Especially when we look for many women around the world, the devastating loss of a partner is magnified by a long-term fight for their basic rights and dignity. Despite the fact that there are more than 258 million widows around the world, Widows have historically been left unseen, unsupported, and unmeasured in our societies. Today, as armed conflicts, displacement, and migration and the COVID-19 pandemic leaves tens of thousands of women newly widowed and many others whose partners are missing or disappeared, the unique experiences and the needs of widows must be brought to the forefront with their voices leading the way. Experience from the past shows that widows are often denied inheritance rights, have their property grabbed after the death of the partner, and can face extreme stigma and discrimination as perceived carriers of the disease. Worldwide, women are much less likely to have access to old age pensions than men, so the death of a spouse can lead to destitution for older women. In the context of lockdowns and economic closures, widows may not have access to bank accounts and pensions to pay for health care if they too become ill or to support themselves and their children. With lone mother families, single mother families, and single older women already particularly vulnerable to poverty, this is an area that needs urgent attention. So on International Widows Day 2023, 23rd June, take a look at some of the issues that affecting widows around the world and what must be done to safeguard their rights. So majorly, if we look at the problems that widows are facing in developing countries, can be broadly divided into poverty, violence, health, and conflict-related issues. So if we look at the poverty aspect or issues, no access to credit or economic resources, even for childcare or education, no rights or limited rights to inheritance or land ownership under customary and religious law, dependent on the charity of their husband's relatives, disowned by relatives and made homeless in countries like India, forcing many women to seek informal work as domestic laborers or turn to begging or prostitution. We have seen India is much better, but many other developing countries, they still have a long history of such instances. In some cases, widows can become liable for the debts of a deceased spouse, and they are working as a bonded slavers and slaves. And also a lot of violence-related issues, like particularly across Africa and Asia, widows find themselves as victims of physical and mental violence, including sexual abuse related to inheritance, land and property disputes. Widows are coerced into participating in harmful, degrading, and even life-threatening traditional practices as part of burial and mourning rites. In a number of countries, for example, widows are forced to drink the water that their husbands' corpses have washed in. Mourning rites may also involve sexual relations with male relatives, shaving of the hair, and sacrifice. So all these are there in certain countries and certain cultures and traditions. And with respect to health, poor nutrition, inadequate shelter, and vulnerability to violence, combined with lack of access to healthcare, sexual and reproductive health needs of widows go unaddressed. And widows are particularly vulnerable in the context of HIV and AIDS. Women may be kept unaware of the cause of their husband's AIDS-related death and may undergo ritual cleansing through sex with male relatives, regardless of HIV status. The economic insecurity stemming from widowhood also drives some women and girls to sex work. And the issues related to conflict and related situations include vast numbers of women and widowed due to armed conflict in some parts of the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. For instance, it is reported that around 50% of the women are widows, while there are an estimated 3 million widows in Iraq and over 70,000 in Kabul, Afghanistan. So widows struggle to take care for themselves and their children in their own countries, refugee camps, or countries of asylum. Trauma during and after the conflict, many women see their husbands tortured, mutilated, or suffering other cruel and inhuman treatment. Widows may themselves be subjected to discrimination or conflict-related violence, including sexual violence, where they are raped, mutilated, or infected with HIV. So the United Nations towards the progress for widows observes 23rd June as the International Widows Day since 2011 to draw attention to the voices and experiences of widows and to galvanize the unique support that they need. Now more than ever, this day is an opportunity for the action towards achieving full rights and recognition for the widows. This includes providing them with information on the access to a fair share of their inheritance, land, and productive resources, pensions and social protection that are not based on marital status alone, decent work and equal pay, and education and training opportunities. Empowering widows to support themselves and their families also means addressing social stigma that create exclusion and discriminated or harmful practice. Furthermore, government should take action to uphold their commitments to ensure the rights of widows as enshrined in the international law, including the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Convention of the Rights of the Child. Even when national laws exist to protect the rights of widows, weakness in the judicial systems of many states comprise how widows' rights are defended in practice and should be addressed. Lack of awareness and discrimination by judicial officials can also cause widows to avoid turning to the justice system to seek reparations. And even the conviction rate is very low. And that also prevents many citizens to approach the judiciary system. And programs and policies for ending violence against widows and their children, poverty alleviation, education, and other support to widows of all ages also need to be undertaken, including in the context of action plans to accelerate achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. In post-conflict situations, widows should be brought into the participate fully in peace building and reconciliation process to ensure that they contribute to the sustainable peace and security. And in the context of COVID-19, widows must not be left out to their work to build back better. Let us ensure that our recovery prioritizes their unique needs and support societies to be more inclusive, resilient, and equal for all. When widowing is a better option, Jamila's husband was killed by insurgents and she and her children relocated to the IDP camp. Her burden was so hard that she decided to remarry, thinking that was the best option for her and her children. So in this way also we can address this widowhood to some extent. That will also ensure there is a social system to empower widows. And the Sustainable Development Goal 5, gender equality, the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic reversed the limited progress that has been made on the gender equality and women's rights. The COVID-19 and the coronavirus outbreak exacerbated existing inequalities for women and girls across every sphere, from health and the economy to the security and social protection. So let's do not forget that we have a commitment to goal number 5, SDG, for 2030, and we need to achieve that. Today, we are also commemorating Women and in Engineering Day, which is celebrated to honor women in the field of engineering, and it focuses on raising the profile of women who are changing the field of engineering 1 degree at a time. It has been recognized by the UNESCO and is befitting tribute to the anniversary of Women's Engineering Society, which was established on June 23rd, 1990. So it raises awareness across the globe about the women pursuing engineering and transforming the world with their incredible critical structures and achievements. For centuries, women have played an essential role as designers and builders of critical structures and machines, even before the term engineer was coined in the 11th century. However, fields such as engineering have been largely kept shut from women. Upon the establishment of educational institutions, most universities didn't admit women until the early 1800s. Even then, the admission remained sanctioned or sectioned to traditionally female fields. But this has never been deterred women from participating in the engineering sector. In 1876, Elizabeth Bragg, unfettered by the gender disparities and discrimination, became the first female recipient of an engineering degree when she got her bachelor's in civil engineering from the University of Berkeley, paving the way for the thousands of women of the 19th century who followed her lead. We also can't forget that it was a woman, Ada Lovelace, who collaborated with Charles Babbage to design the first computer program in the world. It wasn't until the Second World War that serious attention was paid to women's education in technical fields. Facing the reality of the shortage of technical labor, quick on-job training schedules were launched by major players in the field. Even in the 21st century, STEM continues to be dominated by men. With the gruesome gender gap and hiring discrimination, women continue to endure struggles in this field. Nevertheless, if women have the passion and they remain determined, they may be able to close the gap and get high-paying engineering jobs like men soon in the future. The Women Engineering Society is established after the First World War to support informally trained female engineers in 1919 that paved a new order of women. The United Kingdom dedicates June 23rd as the National Women in Engineering Day, a celebration of excellence in 2014. So in 2019, 19% of the United States engineering workforce was occupied by women. All branches are suitable for women, while electrical, biotechnical, chemical, and civil are all leading branches for women. They have capacity to excel in any subfield of engineering. And it is not difficult for women to pursue engineering. The demanding nature of the field has kept women out of this vocation for years, but it is not hard to be a woman in engineering. We have eminent speakers with us who will be talking about who herself is an engineer and dedicated entire life for the engineering services. She will be sharing much insights to enlighten us with further details. So the gender gaps in computer science and engineering, two of the fast growing and highest paid fields, are especially high in the gender gap, and men in STEM make almost $15,000 more than their female counterparts. So even in terms of pay, there is a huge gap, and men make up 72% of the STEM workforce, still dominated by the men. And girls perform better than boys in math, yet they make up only 21% of all engineering students. Teachers and parents often underestimate girls' math abilities starting as an early preschool because STEM fields are typically viewed as masculine. So this perpetuated stereotypes also has impact on this gender gap in engineering. Several female engineering pioneers go unrecognized. So on Women in Engineering Day, we celebrate pioneers such as Kimberly Bryant, who founded Black Girls Code, a nonprofit that provides free coding education to the young African-American girls, and many other leaders who have tremendous contributions in the field of engineering. Engineering is an exciting career choice and boundless opportunities for growth. Such a realistic career path remains overshadowed by lowly visions of being a doctor or a pilot. On June 23rd, we motivate young girls to explore the world of engineering and carve out a place of themselves in the challenging yet thrilling industry. And this is a part of International Women in Engineering Day, which was brought into observation to uplift women who have chosen unconventional careers in STEM. The day offers a platform for women engineers to share their experiences of working in a technical industry and the challenges they face navigating a male-dominated field. So with this, we shall end the commemorations for now so that we can take up technical sessions. Now we have with us Mrs. Rekha Seal. She has passed out in engineering from IIT, Banaras Hindu University in 1972 and joined Tata Steel as a graduate trainee. Honored to be the first woman to join as a graduate trainee in the Steel Co. She has worked in engineering and project planning department of Tata Steel, mainly in the area of power systems. In later years, she was promoted as ethics counselor in Tata Steel, whose responsibilities included institutionalization, business ethics, and Tata Code of Conduct by overseeing its implementation among all stakeholders, including employees, suppliers, service providers, society, etc. She developed many processes and policies related to the Code of Conduct in the company. She helped the implementation of Tata Code of Conduct in other Tata Group companies. In addition, she also helped overseas companies acquired by Tata Steel, like in UK, Singapore, Thailand, and Netherlands, in rolling out the TCOC, that is Tata Code of Conduct in these companies. She was invited to present papers on Tata business ethics in various seminars in the US, Istanbul, Turkey, and Hong Kong. In addition, she was instrumental in developing first POSH prevention of sexual harassment policy in Tata Steel. She was invited by IIM for a talk on women empowerment. After superannuating from Tata Steel in the year 2010 as ethics counselor, she worked with TQMS, now known as TBEX, for 4 years in the field of business ethics. Presently, she has been appointed as an independent member in POSH committee in a number of Tata companies like Tata Steel, Tin Plate, ISWP, TRF, JCA PCPL, Tata BlueScope Steel, and so on. She is retired and presently living in the Jamshedpur. So we welcome you, Ms. Rekha ji. You can unmute yourself and start your video. And you can start your presentation on women in engineering. Over to you, ma'am. We welcome you once again for accepting our invitation within a short notice and gracing us and joining us on this wonderful day. We wish you a happy International Day, Women in Engineering. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Let me first congratulate all of you to remember this Women in Engineering Day today. Actually, this day started in 2014 in UK, just to increase the women, increase the girls to join engineering field. And sorry, my video is not working properly.
We can see you,
Here
ma'am.
you can see me.
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is clear. Video is clear. Please continue.
So I am Rekha Seal. I am ex Tata Steel employee, an engineer. I was first lady engineer to join, and actually 50 years back when I was about to join this, people asked me, what will you do? This is a boys industry, and especially the heavy manufacturing industry. These girls were not allowed there, as a graduate training. And graduate training is the toughest training in for the entrance level in Tata Steel. And it's a heavy industry. So people were doubting. But then you must know Mr. Rusi Modi, he was a legend by himself. He said, let us try out her. And then that way I joined as an engineer in Tata Steel. And the journey was, I must say, not very smooth as such, but of course it was a challenge. And this challenge is not while joining the company, but challenge was from the day one when I joined the engineering college. I was the only one girl. I was the only one among the 60 odd students there, boys. And when I thought of joining the engineering, then many people, asked my father, why you are allowing a girl to join this? Why you are spending so much of money on her? What will she do? It's a man's world. How will she work? And all sorts of questions were asked. But fortunately, my parents were very supportive of me, and they said, "You go ahead." And that way, I joined the college, engineering college, and passed out. Though the challenges were there also, but somehow I could pass out. And again, the next challenge was how to join this company. Many other steel companies also I had given interviews, but they said we don't take girls. I'm talking about 50 years back. So Tata Steel also, after a lot of struggle, I got this admission as a graduate trainee. And the challenges were there, but that made me learn and that made me toughen up a lot. It was because our training is a very hard training. It's a shop floor training. And, as a steel company, there's blast furnaces are there are coke ovens are there. And we are supposed to, as a trainee, we are supposed to go near those places also. And I used to go there, but the people are not used to see a girl going so close to the blast furnaces and all. And they used to shout, why you are going? I said, no, I am a trainee and I should be treated like others. So that way I had a lot of opportunity to learn also. And after I completed my training, though it was in the plant, people were still hesitant to take me over the steel plant. So I was given the opportunity to work in a project management group. And it was a very good experience of me. And as a company, Tata Steel gives a lot of opportunities to people to learn and grow. Though the challenges were there also because people were not used to having girls around. So just for an example, I was just telling that when our engineering building was being made, there was no ladies toilet allowed there because there were no ladies earlier. So when I went there, it was fortunately under construction. So I said, where is that ladies toilet? He said, oh my God, we forgot you are there. So then, that toilet was allowed. So what I'm saying is, it's when I was starting, I was the sort of a pioneer of this. So a lot of things were there which we started, and but otherwise the company helped us a lot. So the question is not taking the girls for engineering. Nowadays a lot of girls are coming in engineering, but for heavy industries, it's still a big challenge, So what we did in Tata Steel, what we did to bring more girls, I being the senior most lady engineer there, so they asked me to go to the campus selection so that more girls are attracted towards engineering, coming to the steel industry. Still, it was not a big success because still when we went for campus selection, there were Infosys and other IT companies were there. Naturally, the girls and the boys were more attracted towards that. So that was a big challenge for any steel industry, for getting even the engineers also plus the girls ought be more difficult. And second, one or two more measures we took to retain the engineers in Tata Steel, lady engineers in Tata Steel. What we did is those lady engineers who had joined Tata Steel after me as a graduate trainee, and if they are married and their husbands are not working there, we thought of recruiting them also if they are eligible for this. So that way we wanted to retain more lady engineers in the company. So that taking engineers are one thing, and retaining them for one thing, and then respecting them for their job, for their skills is another thing. So there are 2-3 things which helps. First thing is the organization support. Organization can support many ways. As I told you, we had support for management support were there for recruiting more girls. So we had gone for campus selection. Then for retaining the husbands or the spouses were given employment there. Then we had some policies we made for equal opportunity employers. So we published that we are equal opportunity employers. So there is no difference between a boy and a girl when we are recruiting them if they are skilled and eligible for that post. And then we made the policy for the posh policy. Like the girls are very rare. Many departments there are only 1 or 2 girls are there. Steel industry is heavily male dominated. Many girls are now coming up. Engineering girls are there. They are taken at shop floor, but a lot of male domination is still there, and they face sometimes some sort of harassment. For that we made the posh policies. So some policies we made to retain the female engineers, like maternity leave. We extended the maternity leave. Then the child care, once the child is born, for 1.5 years they keep falling sick or something. So the leave has been extended. Some additional leave were allotted to the women. So these are some of the things which company with the organization can help to retain the engineers. Second thing is the family support. See, like earlier days, like in my days, my mother-in-law used to come and stay with me when my child was born. My husband used to be very supportive. Fortunately, he's a good cook, but he's very supportive. So family support is a must. These days, the problem is, I will not say problem, this is the challenge that both husband and wives are working. Even the mothers and mother-in-law also are working. The good point is the husbands, they know their sisters are working, their mothers are working, so they know the challenges faced by a working woman. So they equally support and they equally share the load of the household thing. So that is a big support is given to the women. Second thing is the company, like our company, we had at the time when the husband and wife both are working, so we were given special points for, our company provides housing also. So special housing points were given so that both husband and wife can keep one servant at outhouse. we have given a separate outhouse and all. So that way the company supported it. And the family support is there. Then some companies, they create creches also, for the keeping the child, so that the woman can work, stress-free. Third thing is society's support. Society should support in the sense, they should, nowadays in the big cities, the society is coming like child care, so creches are coming up, very good child care institutions are coming up. So that way more and more engineers can work without the stress and all. Fourth thing is the mindset. Still the mindset, I'm talking about the steel industry, heavy industry. Still the mindset is there that girls cannot take the heavy loads, or the men will not accept them as, going up the crane and all. Fortunately, I am seeing a lot of young girls with a lot of energy and a lot of skill and intelligence. They are coming to the plant, our steel plant, and they are going up and down of this workplace, and in this they're working on the cranes and all those things happening. But it is a long way to go for more and more girls are coming up. So this, and third thing is the mindset. Unless the mindset fully changes in any steel industry, the final top positions, higher positions, women are not there. Of course, in a corporate sectors like HR, IT, all those things, women are more than the men. But as an engineer, as an hardcore engineer, for the steel industry, for the heavy industries, it is still a long way to go for many more girls to come. So this Engineers Day, which was basically started to encourage more girls to come into engineering, it is a good thing. It is, and it is 2014, the UK, it is started. And then in 2017, UNESCO has accepted this as a Women in Engineering Day. So it's a good thing. And more and more engineers are coming, and they are coming, and mostly they are now going for IT industry, soft jobs. So for the heavy industries, it's still a long way to go. And but I am just hoping and praying that more and more automation and software things are coming in the operations also. So more and more girls can be utilized there also. So that's my point, and I hope next 10 years, we don't need any Women in Engineering Day for encouraging women to come to engineering. Automatically, the girls will come more and more there. Thank you. I think I can't add anything more.
Thank you, Rekha ji, for sharing your journey. You have vast experience working in hazardous industry, especially as you rightly pointed out, especially the steel manufacturing industry is one of these highly hazardous industries, one among them. So what kind of experiences you had, especially working with women and as a woman? Can you in detail share certain occupational challenges or hazards you face and any improvements that you would like to suggest? Because most of them are academicians and research scholars, so that they can also incorporate in their research work or take up some research based on these inputs.
Yeah, one or two experiences I can share. Let us start from the training point of view. Once our training is, as I said, it's a very tough training, and all the boys, it used to be very tough. Nowadays, it has been reduced a lot. So, when we used to go to the works, as I told you, once I had gone to near the very close to the blast furnaces, people started shouting, "Don't go, don't go, don't go. You are a girl." I said, "Okay, what what is there if I'm a girl or what? Other people are going, so I can also go there, So, and then those days when we used to go to the plant, inside the plant, people used to just stare at me, "Yare, kaun aa gaya?" Like as if I am, somebody out of the space or something, because they had never seen a girl or a woman coming to that area. The third thing is, like mindset is there. They used to say, "Why you are coming to the software? You sit in the office, we will tell you all the details and all." I said, then how will I learn? So it is, challenge is good, challenge is good for learning. And I must say, all the girls should not take it easy. They should take up the challenge so that they will learn in the future, and this will help. Some other experience I had, like, we used to go to the site and once my immediate boss was retiring, so I was about to promote to that place as a project manager. So one of my senior most boss asked me, "Rekha, will you be able to handle?" I got so infuriated. I was so angry that why, if there was any man in place of me, would you have asked the same question to him? You would have just given him a promotion because he is eligible, and I was eligible for that. Why should he ask me like this? So such incidences, small incidences, which shows the mindset of the people that, okay, the woman is there, so whether she will be able to deliver the things or not. So what my point is that once you start working, you are a manager, happen to be a woman. It's not that because you are a woman, you are a manager. So that woman word should be removed once you start working, and you should be judged by your talent or by your capability, by your skill, not by your gender. Which at those days, my days, people used to talk about it. Nowadays, people don't talk so much about women. Like all the girls and all, they are doing very well. And the shop floor also they are working. But during my time, they said, "My God, why should we take a woman there? She will take maternity leave, she will take this leave, that leave." Then I used to tell them, you people will also fall sick sometime or other. So you will not take leave for that. And if a woman is taking maternity leave, it is for the good, for the what you call society. It's a family thing, we are doing it. So it is now slowly coming down, and it is to a great extent people have understood this, because the present generation men also have, their wives working. They have seen their sisters working. They have seen their mothers working. So the present generation is more accommodative than 50 years back when I joined my bosses, So that's the thing.
Thank you, Rekha ji. You have been working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
And you have been working on these various code of conduct ethics. How do you see, Tata is very well known and highly reputed in the world for its, the way they treat and, they take care of their employees.
Yes,
even across the world, they are very well known and reputed and have a very good repute of this. So could you share some such practices where since you have joined until now, what kind of changes that has brought, and especially with respect to women, how they have, you were also part of so much of implementation of this code of conduct and ethics. So can you share some light, ma'am?
After working in our project planning and all about 20-25 years, I was promoted as an ethics counselor in Tata Steel. Tatas have their code of conduct. As you know, Tatas were already known for their ethics and all. values and ethics. So those things were written down, and when Mr. Ratan Tata became chairman, he did the first thing that those values which we believed, which Tatas believed, they put it in writing and made it a code of conduct. And to establish those code of conduct and to monitor them, ethics counselors are appointed in every Tata companies. Their job is to see that whether people, first step is to make people understand what is that code of conduct. Though we are following those things, but to make it uniform across the cross section of the people, the code of conduct was applicable to all of them. So it was a big job. People used to ask, why do we need this? We already behave like this. How to behave with your employees, how to behave with your contractors, suppliers, how to behave in the society. Those things were there in the code of conduct, though we were already behaving that way. So first thing people ask, why do we need this? We said, this is just for making it uniform practices across the world, across all the group companies. So it was a big challenge for us. I was the first, second ethics counselor. First was only for a few days, but I had to, execute those things. So we made a lot of policies based on the code of conduct. Like, as I told you about the POSH policy, sexual harassment was a part of our equal opportunity employer, that nobody should misbehave with the women who are working in the shop floor. Later on, the government made a rule out of, that it is legalized. But before that, we already had this policy in place in Tata's. Second thing, we made it, as you don't have to take any bribe or anything. So we made it a gift policy. What sort of a gift you can take at what occasion and what you should not take. So that was a very, very important policy for that, because code of conduct is basically, the ethics is you should not be corrupt. I'm not saying making code of conduct will make 100% people honest. It's not that, but at least people are aware, and they are aware that if they do not follow this code, they will be they have to face a lot of consequences. Third thing, what we did is, what we should do with the suppliers and contractors. How should we behave with them? What should we do with, and why we should not take any bribes. So I used to give a lot of talk to the suppliers also. Suppliers, contractors, that they should not give any bribe to the people for getting their wrong thing done. Fourth thing we did is whistleblower policy. The whistleblower is a very important policy, and you must have seen that whistleblowers always face problems, in their organization and in other organizations. So whistleblower is the person who finds something wrong happening, or somebody is doing something wrong, and they have to report it. So once they report it, if like somebody who's against has reported it, they may take a retribution against him. So to avoid that, to safeguard them, whistleblower policy was made. And based on those whistleblower policy, people are protected also. Those who do the whistleblowing, they should be protected. And what should be the whistleblowing thing they should do? So these are some of the important policies which we have made based on the code of conduct. And when we used to go, wherever I used to go as an ethics counselor, people used to ask me, even as I was saying that once I was in US for giving a talk on our code of conduct and implementation of it. One lady came and he says, I want to hear what is the Tata's code of ethics, because I have heard a lot, and she was in one of the management institution in India. And he says, in India, in the management courses, they only talk about Tata's code, Tata's ethics. So what is it I want to know? I felt so proud of hearing, like in such a far away places also people talk about Tata's ethics. So that way, a lot of places people used to give a lot of importance to Tata's ethics, and there are many things which we think it is a natural thing, like appraisal system. We used to have 360-degree appraisal system, like a person should be appraised by their bosses, their subordinate, their colleagues, and their customers. So sometimes I was talking to some public sector companies here. So they ask, my God, ऐसा भी होता है कि your subordinate also rate you? I said yes, because we take those ratings, those comments very seriously and try to improve that. So there are so many things over there which which we think in Tata's it is very natural thing, which may not be very natural for others. So that is Tata's values and code of ethics. And I am very proud of saying that we are recognized for that. And I got a lot of good headway by meeting people, talking about Tata's ethics. And yeah, anything.
Thank you, ma'am.
I hope I could satisfy your question.
Ma'am, as we understand, it takes a lot of time to, maybe we need a separate session, dedicated session to learn about Tata ethics.
Yeah,
Code of
I'm very
conduct.
passionate about this.
Yes.
Once I start talking, I can't stop.
Yeah. And ma'am, we are talking about these, especially when we look at the process of implementation. Though many organizations have these policies and these and various other programs or processes, but often we see they are only restricted to this documentation. Actually, the implementation part, a lot of organizations lack it. But we see, especially in Tata Group of companies, they emphasize more on implementation. Of course, documentation is there in the very first place, but they also emphasize on implementation more. Can you throw some light on how to become these counselors, ma'am, ethics counselor? If someone wants to take up, some women wants to take up.
Yeah, actually, the implementation first thing it starts is like, every employee has to sign that, it used to be online, that we have read this code and we will abide by this. So every employee, even the MD of the company to the lowest employee, they all have to sign this code of conduct that yes, we have read it and we will follow this. So that is a mandatory thing. Second thing is, like all other policies also like this, they are all online and everybody has to, they are giving the training for this, like whistleblower training, whistleblower policy or the gift policy. It is a training modules are there. Training modules are there, and after completing the modules, these are all online modules. Completing the modules, they have to accept that okay, we have gone through this, and they have to give some test. Online test only simultaneously, and they have to pass through this. So that is a mandatory thing for all the employees. Similarly, there are 2-3 policies like as I was telling you, gift policy, sexual harassment. Every policy has got a test for this. So everyone has to go through this, and it is a mandatory thing. Your HR people are following that, whether you have gone through the training or not training. And every employee, every new employee, when they are joining, they have to go through this training, code of conduct training, in the sense they have to know what is code of conduct, what are the consequences, what is the whistleblower policy, all the policies and all they are supposed to know. Third thing is, the ethics counselor job is, first thing is to make people aware. Second thing is, every employee if they have any issues, or if they have seen something wrong happening to them, or they have seen something wrong happening otherwise also, they are supposed to report to ethics counselor. Ethics counselor, either they come to personally, they can come, or through that toll-free sort of a thing on call. They can give their concern. We call it concern management. They give their concern, and based on those concerns, ethics counselor try to investigate. And if it is found true, the action is taken against this. So, like many a times people ask that why there are ethical issues in Tatas also. So how do you say you are different from others? I said different is in Tatas, we take action against whoever the person is, whether it is a highest level officer or lowest level officer. Action is taken against this. If we found it's not that we are trying to save, he's a top person, so we should save, not like this. So this is the difference between other companies and our companies, because we take action. Like you must have heard the case of Tata Finance. There the CEO of the company was involved in a corruption case, and immediately the chairman took action against him, and simultaneously lot of senior officers were taken to the task, and the shareholders were asserted that your values will not be removed, will not be diminished, you will be taken care of. That is the ethics. So difference is that it's not that in Tata's, if you have code of conduct, 100% people are ethical. It's not true. Truth is how you take action against them, how you react to those unethical issues. That is the biggest issue. So ethics counselor's job is to keep management aware about whatever issues are happening there, what are sort of people are having, what sort of concerns are there. If it is against management, we should make management aware about this, and then correct it. Correct those situations and correct those people. If some action has to be taken against those people, the action should be taken against them. So that is the difference.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
think it's clear, I think.
Yes, ma'am. And do we have any specific qualification, ma'am, to become ethics counselor, or any formal or informal training that goes on?
No, qualification is not there. What we do is when the new ethics counselors are appointed, our Tata group, they arrange a training for all those people, and time to time, like their meetings are there. All the Tata group ethics counselor, their meetings are there, so they exchange their views. We invite people from outside also to talk about what new things are coming up, and any like seminars or anything is happening anywhere, we attend that. So that way, the basic qualification, very important qualification, is that person should be seen as an ethical person. That is the most important qualification required. Perceived, the person should be perceived as an ethical person, as an honest person. If an ethics counselor, if is not perceived as a good person, good means ethical person or honest person, he will not be successful. The company will not be successful. So the first thing is the leadership team should be seen as an ethical person. They should, what point is the ethics counselor should be seen as an ethical person, should be perceived as an ethical person. People should have faith in him, that him or her, that okay, if we go to him or her, the action will be taken or it will be heard properly. Same thing we tell the leadership team also, that you should also be perceived to be ethical, should be honest. Otherwise, people will not take you as a leader. So the very important qualification, as you asked, is the person should be ethical.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear friends, if you have any queries, you can use chat box, or you can raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself. If you are unable to unmute, you can raise your hand. We can unmute from our side. There is one query from Dr. P. Arnachalamji. Nowadays, software girls prefer software. Okay, girls prefer software jobs. Are you working in the night shift? So maybe you want to know about the girls working in night shift. So is it your query, Arnachalamji? Maybe he would like to know more about girls working in night shifts, maybe challenges or something like this.
Actually, for the IT companies, they are providing, I think, facilities, for vehicle transportation and all. For like, I'm talking about our heavy industries. Recently, the government has, allowed night shift up to 10 o'clock. So in Tata Steel also, we have started this, but with lot of trepidation, because along with allowing the people night shift, there are a lot of other additional things you need to have. First thing is, you must have a canteen open in the night. You must have the ladies guard should be there. You must have the transport facility should be there. So for a steel company, for a girl or one or two girls, it is, they're thinking about it, but not full-fledged. It is been adopted. But it is a good thing that now government also has allowed. Earlier it was up to 7 o'clock only, but now government has allowed up to 10 o'clock. So it is a good thing, because girls also said why we are losing our promotions if we are not allowed to come inside. So it is a good thing. Only thing, slowly it will come up. But in IT industries, I think it is a the thing, because they are working in the night. They have food courts there, and they have all transport systems there. Only issues are like Bangalore and all cities, this transport system is also having a lot of problems. So now what they are saying is, they must drop the girls up to their doorstep. Unless they get inside their house, the transport people should not come up. Otherwise, a lot of issues are happening. You must have heard and seen in the papers also. The girls are being, molested and all those things. So it has to be taken care properly.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And you have been very much instrumental in this drafting and implementing POSH, this policy, prevention of sexual harassment policy.
Yes.
So, what kind of challenges you faced, and
challenges are there. Whatever we may say, whatever educated people we are, whenever men and women are there working together, these sort of issues keep coming up. So we have to be very careful, in the sense we have to educate all the people. Educate in the sense, the policy should be known to all the people. In the sense, we keep making awareness to all the people, that even the girls and the boys also. Once I was giving lectures in a company, so I said, this is sexual harassment class is there. To the boy said, why should we come? You just tell to the girls. I said, no, you must sit and listen how careful you should be with your language, with your actions, with your, talking and all. So then when they heard this, then they said, thank God you told us, otherwise we would have done by mistake so many things. So, first thing is, awareness is very much required. Still, those people who are educated, who are aware about this, but they use their power, so those people are punished. and in Tata Steel we take very severe punishment. So that is that most challenging thing is our contract workers. Contract workers, poor ladies, they are many of times they are the sole bread earner in the family, and they're contracted, that they're tekidar, they call it. They hold them for ransom, that if you don't listen to us or don't comply with our this thing, our excesses, your gate pass will be taken away. And so because of that fear of their job, for their livelihood, they get into trouble. And this is the biggest challenge we are facing. And it's not that they are, because being a primary supplier, primary employer, this is our responsibility, that in our area, in our working area, the ladies who are working should be safe enough. So there also, time and again, we give lectures to those ladies also. We do the thing that if you hear something, if something is happening to you, please tell us, come and report to us. But fear of job, fear of their livelihood, they don't come. But good news is, nowadays the young girls are coming and they are very smart. They are not afraid of like other earlier times. They straight come and complain to us, and then we take action against those contractor and those people. But still, it's a big challenge, and we have to face it.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening to all. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this opportunity, and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing. Actually, ma'am, I am from Bangalore and most of my friends are software engineers. Actually, since it's IT capital, my friends said there's a lot of stress of work, night shifts, and they have to balance family and work. So now after pandemic, that work stresses come to our timings like 9 to 6. Before it was more not that flexible, but now it's come little bit flexible after pandemic. So your talk was really a lot of takeaways for me, and I learned a lot from this session, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful session.
Thank you so much.
God bless you, ma'am.
But in the pandemic, like work from home, it is a lot of relief for the women. But many women are complaining, because they were saying when they used to go to the office, after coming from the office, they never used to think about the office. But now work from home, so anytime the bosses call and they have to attend them. So it's both pros and cons are there for this.
But what my friends told, now after pandemic, the work timing is reduced and we are feeling little better. But when we were working before pandemic, work stress was more.
That's because from the house, working from the house, it is much better, no?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, work from home, it was good, but they told working from home, you have to balance family now, and children are coming and working. Because all my friends are having below 4th grade children. So working from office offline is easy because they finish off the office, wash their hands there only and come. Here you should keep lunch, everything. Again, you should go back to work. So after pandemic, they are finding it a little bit easy. That's what my friends in Infosys and Wipro. I have 4 friends in software in Bangalore.
Good. That's better. That's good to hear here.
God bless you, ma'am. All the best.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. You are doing great job.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mary. Anyone else would like to share your feedback, comments, or clarification? Feel free. There are a lot of appreciation messages, ma'am, for you.
I'm
That
not able to see where it is in chat.
might be they have selected only host, so that's why you are not able to see. You can select as a host and co-host so that we both can see the messages. Anything else, ma'am, you would like to add from your side?
No, I'm very happy that only thing I want to know about your this organization, I was not very sure. Though Shiva told me a little bit of it, but I would like to hear from you that what exactly you people are doing on this.
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, because this was a very short notice, we couldn't brief you. So we are working. We are a professional, like-minded people. We have come together, scientists, bureaucrats, professionals, doctors, engineers. We all have come together, and we have formed a forum, and where we are working with the organization like Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing. Both are non-profit organizations, and one is entirely dedicated for charity activities, and other is based on the research activities to promote research and development. And we also being academicians and also practitioners, we promote youngsters. And as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we thought we should also contribute in some way. So in that way, we have created a platform where we are inviting academicians, professionals from across the world. And since almost 2.5 years, we are organizing daily international webinar series, and occasionally whenever there is an event, we are organizing conferences, seminars, and workshops on a daily basis. So daily from 6 o'clock we are starting, and we have participant speakers from more than 80 plus countries till now, with all the support. So that's how this platform, we are conducting more sessions. And we keep most of them, participants are almost 85 plus participants are from academia. Those are professors, associate professors, assistant professors, and research scholars, postdoctorals. So mostly all are academicians, and we have a few professionals like doctors, scientists, and bureaucrats also joining as part of participants and also as part of speakers. So
where are you based at?
This is from Hyderabad, but we have members from across the world.
Okay.
We have almost from 120 countries. So at an international level. So that's how I will call you and brief you after that. So
yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for accepting and joining us, and thank you, Shivrao. Would you like to leave your comments? You can unmute yourself, Shivrao. He was very kind enough.
Yeah. Good evening to all, and thank you, Rekha madam, for your last minute entry. I'm sorry I had to, we had to get you at the last minute, but you did a great job about it. Spoke about the experiences, your vast experiences. I know, and it is really commendable that you pinpointed the challenges that you face, the challenges women are facing, and those kind of things. I think you brought across all the issues in this short time, and especially the question answer session was very, very enlightening and good. I think we would like to hear more about you, especially about the policies deployed by Tata Steel. One thing, madam, I just wanted to know, you can elaborate more to take up more time. About this gender diversity, Tata Steel has been talking about a lot. In your talk, you mentioned about, inclusion of ladies during the recruitment process. I'm aware of that because I was part with you in quite a few
Yes.
recruitment processes in different institutes, IITs and all. I know I've been with you. So that part is there. But in the workplace itself, in terms of their promotions, in terms of their, going inside the work factory, what is the kind of system? I'm slightly aware, maybe you can elaborate more on that point, madam, about how gender diversity is being encouraged in Tata Steel across the shop floors.
Yes, I will not be able to tell you exactly what is happening, but what I am aware is, like Tata Steel is, they have decided that so many percentage of women should be employed. So this gender diversity is up to the employment, place. Then afterwards, it is based on your, capability and your, what is it called, skill development, and that's all. But only recruitment time and, the popular employment, so many percentage, I don't recall what is the percentage is there, but like they have been given that so much of percentage should be given, should be the employment percentage of women should be there. So I am aware up to that, but beyond that, I think it is during promotion and all, it's not like that you should be given any preference or anything. And I would not advocate also for that.
That's
Because women should not feel that they are inferior and they are given something special about this. They are capable of taking their own promotion by their own capability.
Yes. In fact, we have seen in Tata Steel over the past few years, quite a few women rising to top. Even now we have a VP who is a lady who's come from Calcutta. So to that level, I think,
Yeah.
women have been promoted. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you for your overall presentation, madam. Very nice. We'd like to hear more from you on this subject also.
Yeah. I would like to be there. Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. After so many years, I left Tata Steel after almost 12, 13 years.
No, but the touch doesn't go. We have heard you quite a few times and I knew the touch will come back.
Thank you, Shiva, for contacting me.
My pleasure, madam.
Thank you, Shivrao Garu. You have been very supportive. And thank you, Rekha ji, for joining us. And really, you have thrown a lot of insights, and also you have built up a lot of curiosity to learn more about Tata Ethics Code of Conduct. Maybe if at some time, if we get an opportunity to listen to you, we would be very fortunate to look forward to learn from you about this Tata Ethics and Tata Code of Conduct, because we have a lot of behavioral professionals also, like psychologists, counselors. Maybe with certain awareness, we'll be able to have insights with that. Like we have industrial and organizational psychologists, counselors also on board. So it will be very useful for us, especially when we are working with IT employees or industrial employees. So we request you, ma'am, whenever time permits, please share your valuable time with us so that we can also get enlightened on these sessions. And we thank you once again for your valuable time and insights. It's all really wonderful learning from everyone.
I must be thanking you because giving me this opportunity to speak about some issues which I am very passionate about. This.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. And we wish you all the success for your all future endeavors. And this is your platform. Feel free whenever you feel like you want to share something. You can always have a word with us, and we'll be always fortunate to listen to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all for listening to me. And if you have any queries anytime, you can always be in touch with me. My contact details are with you, Mr. Ravindra.
Yes, ma'am. I will be sharing.
Yeah. Thank you, and all good luck to you. Good luck to your endeavors. You people are doing a lot of good work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay,
Take care.
It was wonderful listening to you again.
Dear friends, we request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. We have 5 minutes, and we'll be taking up our next session. Dear friends, the feedback form has been shared in the form of polls. We request everyone to quickly give your feedback for session 2. Then we have our next speaker, next session, Miss Preeti Saini. She is consultant psychologist and also research scholar and counselor, motivational speaker. An author, social activist, and also she practices spiritual healing, including medical clairvoyance. She is also panel psychologist at PPRF and project manager at Life Kiran, and so on. Dear friends, we request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form for session 2. For every session, there will be a feedback form. We request you to stay till end to get the final feedback form, overall feedback form. That is mandatory for the certificate because this was a very short notice. We didn't have any registration form, so we will not be able to get any data. So we request everyone to stay back and kindly provide your details so that it will be easy for generating certificates. We have another 2 minutes. We request everyone to quickly fill the feedback form, which has been raised in the form of polls. The final feedback form will be shared at the end of last session. And for each session, there is an individual feedback form that has been already raised. We request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. It is only available in the Zoom platform. These individual session feedback forms cannot be shared with a link. Yeah, we welcome you, ma'am, for this international seminar. You can start your presentation on mental health and well-being of women and emotional regulation. Over to you for your session.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. And I thank Dr. Ravindra for inviting me for today's presentation and for introducing me. Today we are going to talk about women and mental health and emotional regulation. I did provide my PPT to Mr. Shiva Rao. Can you please play the PPT?
Can you try playing from your side, ma'am? Maybe Shivrao Garu?
Okay. Wait. Yes. 1 second, let me see. No.
Have you sent it to our email address?
No, Shiva, I sent it to Shiva Rao. I was having internet net issues, so he said that he will do the needful.
Achha. Okay, can you mail it once again? I will share you another email address. You can send it to WSWD2023@gmail.com.
Okay. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, you can share. If you can share it from your side, that would be better.
Okay. Yeah. Is it visible?
Yeah, now it's fine. You can come.
Yeah. So today we are going to talk about mental health in women, and we'll focus on emotional regulation. We are talking about mental health a lot these days, but some time back, it was physical health that was given more importance. Even today, physical health is more important, is given more importance, and mental health is a kind of taboo. But still, now people are realizing the visible effect of mental health if it is not taken care of. If we have any psychological disorders or distress, the way it takes form we have psychosomatic disorders and everything. So that is a result of mental distress, psychological disorders that we have. So we can see the after effects of it. So this has given, people have started giving more importance to mental health, and not only physical health, it also affects our relationships, our social life. So mental health is something we cannot ignore anymore, and we need to come out of the stigma associated with it. And when it comes to women, women have specific stressors. Both men and women have stressors in their life. Stressors are the things that cause stress to us. So both men and women have stressors, but there are certain stressors which are specific only to women. For example, stress related to their physical health, to their biological makeup. So we need to study mental health from a different, a little different perspective, because as we can see, data research also shows that PTSD, that is post-traumatic stress disorder, is 2 times more prevalent in women. Anorexia and bulimia are eating disorders which are 3 times more common in women. And suicide attempt is again 2 times more in women compared to men. The overall depression and anxiety is again more prevalent in women than in men. Apart from it, when it comes to symptoms of certain psychological disorders like bipolar, schizophrenia, again, men and women show the focus of symptoms when we treat them is going to be different for them, because the symptoms shown is little different in both. So this is why we are actually dealing with mental health in women in a little separate way, in a little different way today. And when it comes to women, they have a lot of things that goes on in their life, from the day-to-day lives, and in their professions. They go through a lot of things which usually a man doesn't has to go through, or even if they have to go through, the rate, the percentage is pretty less. For example, when it comes to sexual assault and progress in their workplace, which again is most of the times looked from the eyes of the whether this person is a man or a woman. As ma'am also just said in the last presentation, that when, even though she was the right person for the promotion and everything, but still it was asked, will you be able to do it? So when it comes to women, they do have to do their household responsibilities, and if they're working, then again they have to do household plus their work, both the things at the same time. And these days we do have men who help their women at home if both are working, but the rate, the percentage is very small, and still most of the work, the household work, is expected from the woman, that she has to do it. She has to balance her life, both professional and personal, and she has to look after kids. And most of the women are caregivers, and caregivers, be it for children, be it for elderly or for sick, are more prone to psychological disorders like anxiety and depression. So these things, these life circumstances, which are very specific to them, makes them more prone to psychological disorders. And most of the time, these are things that can be taken care of. In the workplace, even though they know that they have the caliber, but they most of the time don't reach the place where they can go, where the abilities can take them. Why? Because either they are women, gender bias comes in, or maybe because they have to take responsibility of the kid, the house. So one person has to sacrifice something. So most of the time it's the woman who does it, majority of the time. And then what happens? They know that I have the ability to reach there. I have to do so many things. I can do so many things, but I am not able to do it. So that frustration builds in. I have to give myself to other tasks which I might not like or might not be interested in doing, but I have to indulge in those things. In most of the places in India, we do have house helps, but apart from it, in most around the world, not everywhere we have house help. So women are burdened with it too. So they have to sacrifice a lot when it comes to the advancement. And when they have that caliber and they are not able to reach it, there it gives rise to frustration, anxiety, and when then the other psychosomatic disorders and so many other things, and then it affects their relationships. They have more arguments, dissatisfaction in life, that the happiness goes away somewhere. So there are a lot of things that can be taken care of, and they have to do it. These are the things that if they deal properly, they can still have a good and healthy life, both mentally and physically. So we need to move forward with the right approach to deal with these things. Apart from it, their biological makeup is pretty different. And during their menses, their periods, their hormones are pretty high. And the changes during that time causes some women feel depressed, some become very argumentative, they become very irritated. So different women show different kind of symptoms during their menopause or pregnancy, post-pregnancy. Many women even go through a specific depression. So these things also affect a woman. Not only the things around them, the things within them also highly affect their behavior. So they cannot change their biological makeup, they cannot change their hormones, but what they can do is they can deal with the situation. That is in their hands, and that is what we have to do to have a good. So that is what we have to do to have a good mental, not only a good mental health, but a good, happy, and balanced life. And there's one thing that women have the tendency to ignore. They internalize things compared to men. Most of the time, women's internalize things, and that is why depression is more in them. And men, when they go through something, they become aggressive. So this is, again, research has also shown that this is, again, one difference, that majority of the women internalize their problem, their issues, and men, they become they show it externally, so they become aggressive. So we have to deal with these things. People think that these things are something that are part and parcel of life, so we cannot do anything about it, so we have to accept it. And they think that there's nothing that can be done about it. The point is that yes, it is part and parcel of life, but it is something that can be dealt with and managed with, and still we can have a good life. This is something I can skip. This is like common mental health issues in women. Eating disorders, because they have, if they are not appreciated for the work they do, specifically for women, housewives, I mean the housewives, when they're not appreciated for the work they are doing, they work the whole day from morning till late night. They're most of the time they're the first person to get up in the house and the last person to go off to sleep, and they're working the whole time, and still people say, what do you do? So when they're not appreciated for it, they try to compensate it by trying to maybe look good, because they have to compensate their self-esteem that is going down, their self-respect that is being targeted every time anyone says that you do nothing or what you doing is worthless. So they try to compensate it. Biologically also, they think that they have to look good, and that is how they have to, maybe if my abilities are not being praised, so maybe this is another option that I can compensate everything. So women most of the time are very self-conscious when it comes to the appearance. So they have eating disorders, they have postpartum depression, the anxiety disorders are more prevalent in them, and post-traumatic stress disorder, prenatal, and all these depression are there in women. So these are something very specific for them, but they have various ways that we can deal with it. And in today's session, I obviously cannot go through all the skills that we can use. We can try to deal with our mental health issues, but I would focus on one, and that is emotional regulation. This is one skill that can be used to deal with our mental health issues in our daily lives. and by anyone and everyone, and women need it more, as I said, that they are more prone to it, but it can be used by everyone. And mental health issues are most of the time, specifically depression and anxiety, are preventable if they are managed properly. So we need to follow right strategies in life, and mental health is not only about the absence of a psychological disorder, but it is also about our well-being. So even if I don't have any mental health issue, it doesn't mean that I will not follow healthy strategies. So we have to follow healthy strategies to be mentally well, to have a good and a high mental health. So today I'm going to discuss about emotional regulation. And emotional regulation is a thing, as you can see in the pic, it's a connection between the heart and the brain. So in emotional regulation, the first thing is that I have to love myself, I have to accept myself as I am, and my emotions. So that is my heart, about loving myself. And when I do that, I accept myself, my brain will function properly. It will be able to take right decisions, and then we will act properly. So when we will act in the right way, we will be able to win the heart of others. And then it becomes a vicious cycle. So I'll just give an example. For example, there is a man. I'm going to give a very common example so that you all understand it very easily and you all can relate with it. Maybe in office, in the workplace, a man is is talking to his boss, and maybe his boss says something that you have not done your work properly and shouts at him, or maybe degrades him, says something that the person doesn't like. Now this person is very irritated, frustrated, he's angry, he's feeling all those negative things, but he cannot take it out on his boss. So maybe now he leaves the office and either takes it out on his subordinate, or maybe when he goes home and there is his wife, she says that give me a couple of minutes, I'll give you food. And then maybe he shouts at us, why is the food not ready? Why do you need 2 minutes for it? And maybe he says something that you're always like this, you're clumsy and you don't do your work properly. And or maybe his kids come to him and say that, Papa, I want to, can you help me with this sum? And then he shouts at them, you all are worthless. So what will happen? Now he is angry, he is taking it out on someone else who are nowhere related to the source of his anger. And now his wife, who has left everything and come to his house and has devoted her life to this particular man and his family and his kids, and is doing everything for him since morning till night, and this person is shouting at her for something which normally is not her fault. I mean, like, there's nothing to shout at such things. He wouldn't have shouted at her if his mood would have been fine. But today he is shouting, even when she didn't do anything wrong. So what does she feel? She feels neglected. She feels sad. She feels so down. Her self-respect goes down. Her self-confidence goes down, and so many other things. And then that also plays a role in their relationship. That it can lead to dissatisfaction in relationship, arguments in it. And the same thing, if he doesn't behave properly with the kids, how will the kids feel? First thing, they will see that this is the way how we should also deal with others. We also need to shout and say such things to others. This is the way adults behave, and we also have to learn the same thing. And that will also, when someone, their father, their dad is behaving in such a way with them, that will also play a big role in their emotional development. They will also feel bad. They will feel worthless, as if they are just good for nothing. It will show, the repercussions will be seen in their performance. But if this person would have dealt with the whole thing properly, he would have regulated his emotions and then behaved instead of just abruptly behaving. then he would have won the heart of his wife and his kids also. It would have led to proper relationship, good relationship. And the issues associated with a bad relationship would have been taken care of. That would have given a healthy atmosphere. So this is the importance of emotion regulation. These small things can play a big role, a big picture, not only on our physical health, but on the mental health and complete well-being of the people associated with us, our relationships, and finally in the social structure. Because when I have a healthy family, the people around me are healthy, they will behave in a healthy way with others also. So this is how important emotion regulation is. I hope this is clear. And now I will move forward. So when it comes to emotion regulation, what is emotion regulation? Emotion regulation is the person's ability that during an emotional outburst, like in this example, when the boss said something, so how I behave. So it is about identifying our emotions, accepting them, and we have to understand also what we are going through, why we are going through. We have to manage them and then finally respond. So responding, that is behaving, acting, should always be the last thing that we need to do. But most of the times it is opposite. We act, we react, and later on we think, oh my God, I did this, so now this has happened. So now I have to deal with the effects of it. So we need to regulate our emotion and always remember to act in the end. First, go through what is going on within you, understand yourself, and then act. Due to the time constraint, I'll just briefly go through this. So what is the response options to any emotional distress? Emotional distress, during any emotional distress, we can behave in two ways. One is either we can become judgmental. The second is or we can become mindful. So when we become judgmental, we interpret things and assume things in a very one-sided manner. We start comparing and we look at things through others' eyes, what others would be thinking or saying. When this happens, we the kind of self-regulation that we do is we start regulating ourselves. Instead of behaving in a manner that is good, that is healthy for everyone, we start self-regulating ourselves. We have those negative feelings. We build shame and guilt. We curse ourselves. We either come into the fight or flight mode, and many a times we just run away from the situation, or we just fight unnecessarily instead of understanding what is going on. We shut ourselves completely from others. So these are the things that happen. For example, in this scenario also, you can see that this person showcased it in the form of anger. He just, okay, my boss is saying this, he judged himself, and he started judging his wife also, his kids also, and then and then he became very angry. So that is the negative way of dealing with it. Then we have the other option, that is being mindful. So we have to, in being mindful, we have to notice our thoughts, our feelings. What are the facts? Instead of feeling shameful that the other person said me something like this, I can look into the facts that maybe I was wrong over here, or maybe this is the way I did, but the other person misunderstood my concept. So I will find out where things went wrong. Instead of just thinking that the other person is wrong always, or maybe I'm always wrong, or the other person, the boss always, shouts at me and all, instead of being judgmental, I can just analyze the situation and see where I was wrong, or where he was wrong, or where anything in the situation went astray. When I know the problem properly, I can deal with it. Unless I know it, I cannot do that. And then we have to accept it. So when after this, when I know the whole situation where things went wrong, maybe there was something in the report that went wrong. That is why the boss, said certain things to me, or maybe he wanted something else and I ended up making something else, or whatever the reason. So now I will regulate myself, I will deal with the situation, and I'll come up with a better option. And then when I'll go home, even if I'm angry or something, I will know, okay, I'm if she is asking for 2 minutes, it's okay, I can give her 2 minutes. There is nothing wrong in it. Or if my kids are asking me to help them in some work, obviously I have to help. I'm their father. They are kids, they are learning, they don't know anything. Who else will do it? They are my responsibility, and I should do it. In fact, I enjoy, parents usually enjoy helping their kids. So you, if a child is not able to do it, I'll not say that you are worthless, you don't know how to do things. They are learning, the father has to understand. So this is how we can, this is the other option of dealing with your emotions. So these are the two ways. In the first way, when we use the first method, the first choice, it leads to emotional dysregulation. And in the second choice leads to emotion regulation, that is healthy relationships and a healthy mind and body too. Signs of emotional dysregulation: when you're most of the times you feel intense emotions, you get hyper happy or sad, and they're like the emotions are very intense that you feel, and you behave impulsively. You just have a feeling, you have an emotion, and then you just behave rashly instead, without thinking anything. There's an outburst. Usually you just go for outbursts, and then later you realize that you did something. Or maybe you're not aware of your own emotions, so I'm feeling, or how the other person will feel. You're not able to take your decisions properly. This is one of our major setbacks of emotional dysregulation. We are not able to take right decisions. Our decision making ability is compromised when we don't regulate our emotions properly. And it happens in all the spheres of our life. So when we are not able to gauge the situation properly, understand ourselves properly, we are not able to take the right decisions. Obviously, we don't behave in an apt manner, and we find it very difficult to finally manage and understand our emotion. So emotional dysregulation, I'll go through this very briefly. It is about, I have an external situation or maybe internal. So external situation is something happens, like in this case, the boss said, or maybe emotional. I remember something, maybe a situation or something happened, or I'm thinking about it. And the second step will be, there is an situation, maybe external or internal, and then I have a thought in response to it. For example, in the first thing, that my boss is always, he hates me and he always is judgmental, he behaves like this with me. Or, if you thought about an incident, then you have, okay, maybe in that incident, this happened. So you have a thought related to it. And then this thought gives rise to a physical response in our body. Maybe we can have increase in heart rate or anything else. Or sometimes people feel they're trembling, or they just get angry because of something. So they have to observe what happens, and then they don't think about anything else. That is, they don't gauge the situation, and then they just behave. So this is what happens in emotional dysregulation. A thought comes and they just behave. And the thought gives response most of the time to the fight or flight reaction in our body. So fight and flight is a very primitive thing. It was really helpful when we were in the forests and all, but now we have evolved, and we need to understand that every time our body shows any difference, maybe increase in heart rate or breathing or anything, so we don't have to fight every time. We have to gauge the situation and deal with it effectively. We are not animals residing in forests, not anymore. We are social beings. We have been given the capability to think. And if we are not able to think still and behave in an apt manner, it means that we have not evolved even as human beings. We are still in the animal phase somewhere. So if we need to really, if we need to regulate ourselves, we have evolved as humans, so we have to regulate ourselves. And remember, I'll repeat again, don't behave or don't react rashly in the heat of the moment. Always wait. Even if you want to react, just control yourself at that moment and say, it's okay, I'm not going to react, and I'll react when I think I'll be ready to react. Even if you're feeling, intense emotions, and maybe you want to hit the person, you want to shout, or you want to say anything, just tell yourself, yes, I'm feeling very angry and I want to do these things. I want to take it out, but this is not the right moment. And when you will cool down, you will realize that you did the right thing by not reacting. I'm not going to the cycle for emotional dysregulation. This is something more or less what I said in the beginning, that when we don't regulate our emotions properly, our children copy it, and then they've also copied the faulty emotional regulation methods that we use. And then they also have issues, psychological issues and other things. And then their kids also follow the same thing. So it's like a vicious cycle that goes on, and we have to break it. We have to break it now, so that we also follow the right methods and we teach our kids also the right thing. Emotion regulation. So what is the process of emotion regulation? We'll break it down into 5 steps. The first thing is notice. We have to notice how we are feeling. Understand. Until unless we know what we are feeling, we cannot do anything. So first we have to notice, is there something that I'm feeling? When the boss said something, maybe I didn't react, but I have to think, okay, what is it that I'm feeling within me? Maybe I'm feeling something intense, maybe I'm feeling frustrated, or maybe this is something rageful. And when you notice that, yes, you're feeling, then you have to give a name to that feeling. Maybe I'm feeling very ashamed that he said this, or maybe I'm feeling very angry that how could he say it, or maybe I'm feeling insufficient and worthless because I make mistakes always, or maybe he doesn't think me to be worthful. So we have to first notice that we are feeling and what we are feeling, and then we have to name it. Because as I said before also, and I'll repeat it again, until unless we know the problem, we cannot solve it. So first we have to go into the depths of the problem. So the problem here is, we have to know the emotion that we are feeling. We have to know, name it. After naming it, we have to accept it. Most of the time the problem comes because people don't accept their emotions. They're like, how can I even feel like this? No, I'm not angry. I am not that angry. Or maybe, no, it's not my fault, I didn't shout at you, what you did was wrong. Or maybe there are different ways people react in different ways. Most of the time people don't accept. So the main thing will be to accept your emotion. So when we're accepting our emotion, we have to tell ourselves that what I'm feeling is normal. Instead of saying, how could I feel angry? Accept that it's okay. Even when I failed, if I'm feeling sad, it's normal to feel sad when I fail. It's normal to feel sad when someone shouts at me. So accept yourself. So we have to accept it. So when we accept it, then we have to see and understand, why did I feel this ways? And remember one thing, the whole world out there is ready to judge us. At least we need to love ourselves, and we should not judge ourselves. Tell yourself that, yes, I understand I'm feeling sad, or maybe I'm feeling frustrated and angry. It's okay. It's okay to feel down sometimes. This happens. So only when you accept yourself, you'll be able to work on it. Or else all your attempts to regulate your emotions will fail. So first you have to accept yourself. And when I say love yourself, doesn't mean that you have to become narcissistic. It is love in a healthy way. Then after accepting, you have to investigate the emotion. So intense it is. It is very intense, or maybe not so intense. I can deal with it. And can I see some physical symptoms also? Many people start, their hands start shaking. They start breathing pretty fast and all those things. So you have to see and notice what are the other things that are associated with my emotions, and how do I react most of the time. And then the last step will be to allow yourself to finally work on the emotion and release it. So releasing is not closing the door loudly of your boss office or shouting at your wife or kids. Releasing is understanding where I went wrong and what should be my next step, having your own pathway, your action plan ready, and then act on that action plan with a cool mind instead of just going on shouting on others, or maybe just getting inward, or just going into yourself, shutting yourself from others. So there are different ways we can just showcase our emotions. So be ready with your action plan. At the end of it, you should be able to gauge the situation in a better way and make right decisions, and not hasty decisions. Right decisions, right action plan, the pathway of how to go into the next step, what to do next. That is what emotion regulation gives us. Okay, so for emotion regulation skills, one is we can follow these 3-4 things, like mindful awareness. We have to be mindful of things around us and not just be judgmental. We have to notice our own reactions and things associated with us. Be aware of your own feelings, of your thoughts. Cognitive reappraisal, this is very important. For example, I just had this emotion regulation seminar in a college, and then I explained this thing, and then someone again came with an example, and they said that yes, basically in emotion regulation is, we have to think that in that particular situation, what alternative would have been there? Maybe I behaved in a certain way which was not right. So what is the alternative way that I could have behaved? Or if I had a particular thought, what is an alternative thought that I could have had? For example, this person gave a live example wherein this person was traveling in Kolkata. He was, passing the Havra Bridge, and there was huge traffic, and he was going to catch his train. So all that time when he was there on the bridge in his car, he was cursing and angry that due to this traffic, I am going to miss my train. And he took so much of stress. And by the time he reached the station, he actually missed his train. But then someone told him, since you have missed it, it's okay. There's another train, just maybe half an hour after this or 1 hour after this, you can catch that train easily. So when that happened and he took his ticket, he got the tickets also easily. Then he realized, at that time he didn't realize, but when I explained this cognitive reappraisal thing, then he said that now I realized that during that almost 60 minutes when he was on the Havra Bridge, he could have enjoyed the scenery if instead of getting angry, he would have regulated his emotions, and he would have thought that what is the other alternative if I miss my train. Nowadays, everything is available on the phone. He could have seen the other train available. He could have booked his ticket, and he could have enjoyed that 60 minutes on the Havra Bridge too. But he said those 60 minutes, I was literally so angry and stressed out so much. So this is the importance of cognitive reappraisal, that we have to think what is the alternative. So we all can practice this one thing. At the end of the day, just go through some stressful situation and then think, in that situation, what is the alternative thing I could have done? Or what is an alternative thought that I could have had? So we need to have our me time and go through things so that we are better prepared the next time. And the more often we do this analysis at the end of the day, or maybe once in 2 days, we will realize that with time we are able to handle ourselves. And we will also see, and if you can make a copy down your daily this thing, what happened today and what is the alternative I could have done, you will notice some common things, maybe in the way you react. So you will see something common and then you can deal with it. So we need to do simple things that can help us regulate our emotions. Self-compassion, as I said, love yourself, don't evaluate yourself from others' eyes. And we have to give time to ourselves for our well-being also. We have to be very resilient and be ready for it to adapt. Remember that change is inevitable and that is the reality of life. So always be ready to change according to situation. A self-awareness, we always need to be aware of ourselves so that we can control ourselves. That's it. And when it comes to the benefits of regulating our emotions, these are some of the benefits of emotional regulation. That is, it leads to healthy and stronger relationships, better physical and mental health, better coping skills, self-awareness and self-regulation, better decision-making skills, builds resilience, improves performance at work, enhance communication, and superior emotional intelligence. That's it. And I think most of the points that I have mentioned here, I have discussed that how this happens. That's it for today. And thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations for your presentation.
Thank you.
Dear friends, if you have any queries, you can raise your hand or use chat box or unmute yourself to share any queries, clarification, feedback on the session. Yeah, Dr. P. Arunachalam, can unmute yourself.
Here, the relationship between brother and sister is good. But in case of husband and wife, lot of problem is there in everywhere. How to manage? Can you hear my voice?
Yeah. Can you repeat the question?
Actually, the relationship between the brother and sister is always emotionally good. But in real life, the husband and wife fight is continuously going on. How to avoid this?
Okay, the first thing that we need to understand that both brother and sister have the same kind of upbringing, the same kind of background. And when it comes to husband and wife, they come from a very different background, from different mindsets. So that compatibility should be there. Most of the time in our society, what happens is that people marry irrespective of their compatibility. So if you don't have compatibility, there will be arguments. So you can do one thing, accept it, okay, that these are the topics on which we do have constant arguments. So avoid those topics. And accept one thing, that the other person is not wrong. He or she might have her own perspectives. We don't have to follow, force our thoughts on them. Respect them with their thoughts and beliefs. Put forth your point, but don't try to change the other person. Most of the time this happens is that people try to compel the other person to believe in what they believe, or to follow in what they follow. And if the other person is making any mistake, they are human beings, they can make mistakes. So if you are talking about the arguments between husband and wife, most of the time it is the difference in the thought processes that they have, or the belief system that they have. So you have to understand that they were brought up in a very different belief system. The same way as I cannot change my belief system because I have been fed up with this, since childhood. You cannot change it. How can you expect the other person to also change it? So respect the other person, have proper talks, healthy talks, and say that let us put forth each other's point, work through it. So either you will be right or I will be right, but we don't have to prove. We are discussing it not to prove you to be right or wrong, or me to be right or wrong. It is not about who is superior. It is about improving our understanding of the topic or the situation. So whatever the best option is, the reality is, the truth is, the fact is, we will accept it. So if you are right, it is not about you are right. If what your opinion that you are giving is correct, right, then I will accept it too. It will help me grow also. And same way, if what I'm thinking, what I'm saying is right, the fact is correct, then you can also accept it. But most of the time people try to show their supremacy. See, I was right and you're always wrong. So this, again, that ego comes into play. So these are a small little things due to which we have arguments. But then if we show a little bit of understanding, we can deal with such situations. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, thank you. Similarly, the mother and the mother-in-law, the wife and the mother-in-law relationship also in the same behavior. I think so. Is it correct?
Yes, because the mother-in-law wants her to, behave in the way she wants to, and she has always had that upper hand. And for the wife, it is like, I've come from a different this thing, and she feels that I don't have my, independence. That again, their self-respect, they take it in the way that their self-respect and independence is at stake. And let me tell you one thing, whether a man realizes it or not, they somewhere they become competitors. The wife takes the mother-in-law or the sister-in-law, ends up assuming the mother-in-law or the sister-in-law as a competitor, not because they are actually competing with them. It's because in the beginning, usually most of the time, men are not able to keep a balance. They are not able to give themselves emotionally as they are supposed to give themselves to the spouse. And then they have that thing that the wife also needs it. So for them, maybe the mother-in-law or the sister-in-law becomes a competitor, that I have to compete with them to get my share of emotional support and all those things. So many a times that becomes one of the reason why they compete with them, or they have issues.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. P. Arunachalam.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else have any queries? Feel free to share. Basically, we need to adjust and adapt to the situations.
Right.
Christina, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening from Nigeria and good day, everyone. I know it's quite late over there in India. Thank you very much, presenter, on this very vital topic.
I'm so sorry, your voice is breaking. I can't
can
make
you hear me
out.
now? Can you hear me? Prissy, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's not so clear, Christina.
Yeah.
Oh, good day, everyone. I just want to register my application for this great learning session. Can you hear me? Am I audible enough?
We are able to make a sense out of it, but it's not so clear. Anyway, please continue. Yeah.
So thank you so much for this great session. I learned a lot, and for me, it is very important for people to understand issues of emotions and their mental health, because it's very, very key. And daily people break down mentally and have fluctuations around their emotions. And sometimes people don't get to know what's wrong with them, even themselves, or their family members, or friends, or relations, or loved ones misjudge them. So I am very happy that this, like a sensitization is coming through your presentation today, and then a lot of people are beginning to understand and appreciate the need to learn more about their mental health and their emotions. Thank you very much. I have really gained great insight, and I'm happy to be a practitioner in the field of mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Dr. Rabindra.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else would like to share? Or if you have any queries, feel free. Okay, then we'll move on to our next session. Thank you. Congratulations, Dr. Preeti. Preeti Saini.
Thank you.
Wish you all the success in your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in the future.
Same here. I'm also looking forward to more sessions, and thank you again for inviting me today.
Yeah, thank you. So we will move on to our next session by Sri Shivarao Garu. He would be talking in brief on occupational health and safety using technologies. He's an IT consultant and also has a vast experience of more than almost 4 decades, and he retired as head IT services and head process automation, steel making and casting, Tata Steel. And he is also certified ISO 9001 and 45001 auditor and past president of Rotary Club in Jamshedpur. We welcome you, sir, once again to this international seminar. And thank you for accepting our invitation and joining us. And we request you to take over for your session.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra, and good evening to all. It's my pleasure to be back in this forum. It's really wonderful, to share views on so many diverse topics. Every day there's a new topic, and it's wonderful to listen to some good eminent speakers on that. And so, thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for your kind introduction, and also for giving me this opportunity. So today I'm going to move to a different subject, from women in industries and mental health issues and emotional regulation, to something on occupational health and safety, a completely a topic in a different direction, but a very, very important topic. And actually, this is going to be sort of prelude for a more detailed discussion that we are planning to have, because this will requires more detailed discussions actually. And due to the keeping the time in mind, I'll just give a prelude and a brief introduction to the subject today without delving into much into details. So what has happened over the years is that now suddenly safety has become the buzzword. It has gained importance all of a sudden. Whether it's personal safety or domestic safety or industrial safety, in any area we see, now we become more safety conscious and more consciousness about our own practices and our own equipment that we wear, in whether on personal basis or inside in the industries. Why has this gained so much importance? Because what had happened early, there used to be a lot of safety related issues at workplaces, occupational safety that we call. By occupational safety, I mean safety at workplace, but in a broader connotation, I will include our own personal safety, like while driving, or also at our homes while we handle, things like gas cylinders and all. So, though in a broader connotation, occupational safety is at the workplace, but what has happened that a lot of incidences have gone up in industries, safety related incidents. There are a lot of fatalities, mishaps, and lost time of working last time. The biggest problem was because of slight injury, we used to call it LTI, lost time because of injuries, lost time injuries. This is a term that we are using, industrial term. That the productivity of the organizations was going down because of this. Suppose a person's finger gets cut, or while going home, he meets with an accident, a small accident, his scooter goes and hits a car or something. So because of his carelessness, so things like that are happening, and the productivity organizations were going on. Apart from very, very mishaps, I can cite one example. It was very early when I joined in early 80s, and that was a time when a new kind of technology was adopted for steel making, big vessels in which you make steel. And what happened? Because of some wrong practice, violation of safety practice, nobody was aware. There was no SOPs, standard operating practices, as we call it in industries. SOPs were not there. There was a mix-up of water being poured into the steel. There was water retained inside the hot vessel at around 600 degrees. In that, steel or the waste material called slag was poured. There was a huge explosion. Leading to multiple injuries of persons, and also I think 4 to 5 casualties. There was a court case in which even the MD of the organization had to appear in court every month or every week. And such was the catastrophe of this thing, which so far was a neglected area. So such incidents kept on happening, and in the last decade, I would say, there was a lot of importance that was given to safety, and people started looking at safety from a different point of view. And today it has become an integral part. It's as good as wearing your helmet or wearing your safety shoes or wearing your safety jacket is as integral part of your dress as wearing a shirt and pant and going to the organization. So that is the kind of importance safety has now achieved. So what is being done? I think now it has been addressed on two fronts. On the first front, at a lower level, I can say it is being addressed as at a physical level, where people are being asked to wear their PPEs, personal protective equipment. It has become a habit kind of a thing. The moment one steps out of the organization, one out of his house going to the works, will wear his safety helmet, will wear his safety shoes, will wear his safety jacket, and then go. It has become a sort of a dress, an integral part. And there are checks inside the works. If people are wearing this, there are checks to see if people are limiting. Even on not only inside the works, but also on main roads. Now you find cameras located. to detect people who are going with high speeds or doing traffic violation, like jumping the traffic signals and that. So this kind of, I would say, physical or the manual level, some checks are going on. Even to the extent, a very top official, probably a vice president of a company or the managing director, was accosted by a security person when he was speeding. His car was speeding inside the works. He was stopped, and instead of reprimanding that person, the MD or the vice president applauded the security man. So you can imagine the kind of importance and respect people are giving to safety now. Okay. In the earlier days, I'm sure if the security person had caught the MD, he would have been fired the next day. But today times are changing. So even at the personal level and the physical manual level, a lot of precautions are being taken. Zebra crossings, people are following zebra crossings, they're not rushing across the road, they follow zebra crossing and all that. So that kind of discipline is now coming in as far as safety is concerned. On the other front is the basic technological front, which is basically is the the theme of my topic. Though I'll just talk in brief today, I'm not going to cover in detail. But see, with the advent of technologies, a lot of computer-based solutions and software, I would say, not solutions, computer-based software, vision-based systems, and particularly IoT, Internet of Things, or the Industry 4.0, the latest industry protocol as far as the automation and other things are concerned in any manufacturing sector has come in. With the advent of these high-end technologies, now safety is also getting technical. Apart from visualization, like we depend on the security guard or the security person or the safety persons patrolling to catch the person. Now we are moving towards technology. Everything has become technology oriented, and a lot of now technologies are being deployed in offices, in the manufacturing areas, on the shop floors, and the offices inside the manufacturing areas, everywhere, so that we can detect and find out if there are safety violations and to what extent people are adopting the safety practices. While Industry 4.0, which is a worldwide, it started in Germany, and it has the protocols have come out more or less on safety regulations and how to implement and automate safety procedures. It will be a regulatory kind of a regulatory body that is coming up, but some technological practices are also being deployed, and people have started that. Like, one of the things have been this vision-based systems. We have come across vision-based systems in quite a few industries, and specifically, I can tell you in Tata Steel, there are cameras located at a lot of places. Okay, at the main gate, at crossings, or in general, there are safety personnel along with high-speed cameras who are capturing the speed of your vehicle, whether it's a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler. They are capturing the speeds automatically. The sensors are input, high-end cameras are input, and this via the network system goes to the internet, not to the internet, but at least to the corporate network. It goes to the intranet, and it's clearly visible to all. Such and such car number today was violating, and including the speed. If the speed limit is 35, it will show you this car was going at 37 kilometers per hour. So it also knows at which location you violated and why you violated. What is the speed limit? What is the speed limit and where you violated? So these kind of technologies have come in. There are other advancements that have been used called smart wearables. Many of you would be aware about it, and even major watch companies like Titan, is also a Tata Group of company, has got into that field, industrial watches, which has got its own built-in measurement systems like our smart watches that we have nowadays. It can monitor your pulse rate, your heart rate, and things like that. Some of the vitals it can. And if a person is in a hazardous area, like there are huge, tall furnaces, hot and tall furnaces, about 50 meters high, 60 meters high, and a person has to go into those, which are very, very, you're very prone to, some poisonous gases like carbon monoxide and things like that. So, what is the gas levels? Also, you wear some gas mask, which, and it monitor the gas levels. It can also monitor the person at a personal level, his physical condition, and it can be beeped or the alarm sent to the supervisors sitting in the office at the ground zero level, and you will immediately know. So that if something happens, untoward incident happens to that person, immediate action can be taken, or you can take precautionary measures, not letting that person go to the top of the things like that, to the top of the furnace, and only selected people can go. So there are a lot of such technologies coming. I will discuss more in detail at a more appropriate session, the details of these technologies, how they have been adopted, what are the components of this technology, what has been put into it. Today I'm just briefing you. Another very fascinating and interesting is a thing which you call the video wall. The furnaces in the steel melting shop, like the LD, the Linz-Donowitz vessel, is basically a covered vessel where a lot of things are going on, and temperatures can go up to 1700 degrees centigrade also while the steel is being manufactured. So one of the new technologies that was adopted earlier, in Britain, all they try to put things like what they call the bomb calorimeter and things like that to sense the temperature of the steel bath, which goes up to 1700 degrees centigrade. But now, with the use of IoTs and this visualization techniques, people are installing cameras, video cameras, which are capturing each and every aspect. These steel furnaces are lined with refractory lining, like alumina and all, which are high thermal resistant. So you can get a picture of those. You can get a picture of the steel, how it's forming, and when these vessels, as we call it, the containers, huge containers. At each container contains about 160 tons of liquid steel at a time at 1700 degrees centigrade. So it has to be tilted for the operation. It has to be tilted. So when it gets tilted, the cameras take the picture and observe the color of the steel. From that, the person in the and these pictures are put across on the wall of the control rooms. Large screens. Large screens are put across the wall. So it looks like a display wall of the entire furnace right in front of you. You can see, and with these pictures, now the operators are taking a decision. And since it's like a huge wall in front of you, it's also called a video wall. Very beautiful. I'll try to show some pictures of this when I present this also. It's a very beautiful thing. I remember in the earlier days, people had to go out about 10 feet in front of the furnace at 1700 degrees, hardly 10 feet, take out a sample to analyze its chemical composition, or put some probes, 10 feet probes to take the temperature. But 10 feet near 1700 degrees was not a joke. Okay. And now, and that time, they were not having this protective equipment all. They used to have just a glass and a helmet, those dark glasses, photochromatic kind of a thing. And now, of course, they have this heat-proof jackets, proper shoes, and all those things. And so this is another very, very exciting and new concept that has come up. Things like smart barricading has come out, basically for checking something like an RFID readers, and smart barricading, where turnstile kind of a thing, where automatically a person identity is scanned and is permitted. Basically, is more from a security point of view, not that much of a safety point, but it's more out of a security point of view, where you can also trespass outsiders, based on the valid RFID cards and valid cards like that. So basically, technology has now come a long way, and And this technology is now being combined with safety to provide more options for the betterment of the personal safety and also for the organization as a whole. So these are just some of the gist or rather a prelude of the things that have come, and definitely I would like to discuss this in some other forum, the more details of this. Thank you very much. This is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Shura, for your brief insights. We wish you all the success in your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future. I know soon you are going to come up with a detailed presentation. So,
yeah, sure. Thank you. I'll get. Actually, I wanted to show you some videos live, so that you would better get to know. So once I get that, definitely I will share with all of you.
thank you once again for joining us, Shura, and for your support.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure.
So, without taking much time, we will move on to our next session by Sri Nagaraj. He is a Deputy Manager, State Bank of India, Bangalore, and he is Assistant Governor of Rotary Club, and he is also a professional social worker and environmental activist. And in spite of being visually challenged, he is a role model and a great inspiration that he is doing so much. So we welcome you, Nagarajji, to this international seminar and for your presentation on women, widows, and disabilities. Can you start your audio, video, and presentation?
Am I audible, sir? Am I audible and visible?
You are audible. You can adjust your camera so that.
Bindu, camera adjustment. Yeah. So good evening, everybody. Meanwhile, while audio, video both are trying to adjust, I will start my session. First of all, I thank Ravindra sir and Sri Art Science Research Holistic Health Group for giving us this opportunity. And the previous presenters like Dr. Rekha Madam, Preeti, and Mr. Shivrao, and all the other presenters beautifully presented about women issues, women safety.
You are muted, Nagaraj. You can unmute yourself. Yeah, now it's audible.
Can I start? Okay. Yeah. So good evening, everybody. I was talking about these previous presenters. They have presented very beautifully, and I thank the presenters for their excellent presentations. And it was a good learning for us. And thank you, Mary Madam. Thank you, Ravindra sir, for this opportunity. So I will be taking the topic in a very big way. And in case if it is repeating or something, it's like it's a learning a lesson for all of us. You just think that way. So women, when you say half of the population are women, we born with the help of the mother, in the womb of the mother. We should thank our father and mother and goddess Lakshmi. Today is a Friday, so we should worship goddess Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Parvati. So they are all the we give the respect, we give the position of goddess. So ancient, we say that a lot of difference are happened in the life of women. Women were in the ancient period, women were treated equally with men. We had little gender discrimination, but equality was maximum there. Women were honored, respected, and we call the women as mother. We call the women as Devi, our goddess. We call the woman as mother, Janani. And when we say Yatra Naryastu Pujyantu Ramantu Tatra Devataha, wherever woman is there, we see the significance of the goddess. And once in the epic of Manu said, women are the role models. They are dependent to some extent on as a wife, mother, and a daughter. Women are dependent on their husband, father, and their sons. So this way, we have seen a lot of achievers of women like Maitreyi, Gargeyi, Parashara, Vishwavara, Kartyayani, and a lot of women are improving their position in a very big way. We had in Satya Yuga, a lot of great women did a lot of justice and for peace. And in the Treta Yuga, we had a woman, Sita, who was actually a role model. And in Dwapara Yuga, we had Draupadi, Kunti, all of them have achieved a lot. And now in Kali Yuga, we had so many women doing plenty of things, and they are equally there with men. This was about ancient period. When we come across the medieval period, women got suppressed. Actually, their freedom was taken over by men. Many women were actually working in fields, agricultural fields, farms, homes, and they were doing a lot of hard work. So to some extent, love and respect was less only. Sati system was there. When husband dies, women are going and falling into the fire. Devasati system was there. And the respect, especially in the Islam group, it was little less only. That time we had a lot of bhakti movements came where Mirabai, Akka Mahadevi, lot of women struggled to get the justice and equality for women. And when you come across the pre-independence period, that is a British period, women were to some extent deprived, but a lot of movements came, social religious reform movements like Rajaram Mohan Rai started Brahma Samaj and abolished sati system. So the prevalence of male dominance was little less, and the child marriage was there in the previous days, but it was slowly banning. And women education, women employment, women well-being, women freedom fighters came forward to do a lot of struggle to get the justice, such as Jhansi Rani Lakshmibai, Kittur Rani Chennamma, and Sarojini Naidu, and Kasturibai. So Vijay Lakshmi Pandits, lots of women fought for the rights and freedom, and they gave the independence. So after we got independence in the modern period, women started enjoying rights, equality, equal position with men. Social, economic, political, and legal status was somewhat improved, and they were fighting for the rights. A lot of movements came. We had education was very good in women. Job employment facilities were started in some universities. Women were working as lecturers. A lot of legislations came. Women got a lot of struggled. They struggled and get recognition and justice. So that way, women also improved their status in a very big way. So when you look after the problems of the women in Ramanuja's books and all, you see sexual abuse, kidnapping, ill treatment, youth teasing, child marriages, teenage pregnancies, dowry deaths, dowry harassments. So gender discrimination, a lot of violences, exploitations were there. It has all happened due to poverty, due to dependence on men, due to so many issues because of illiteracy. A lot of women are not getting education, especially they were studying up to some extent till 10th or something. After that, they were not going because of toilet facilities were not there in the schools and so many stuff. So schools were also very far. Transportation was the issue. So then came empowerment of women, where women got socio-economic independence, decision making, and matriarchal families we can see in the Kerala areas and in some parts of other places. So education gave them equal opportunities, equal rights. So they were playing dual role at home and at workplace. And even in the media also, women's status were improved. They were self-reliant. Women were self-help groups. A lot of Mahilas, Stree Shaktis were started. Women started improving their position. So with that, we wanted to bring it to you the lot of programs which Government of India started for the women's empowerment, women's development in India. So Girls' Day, that is female Girl Child Day, was started on January 25th every year. International Women's Day we observe on 8th of March. And Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. That means we should encourage women to born, women to sexual female mortality, female infant mortality. All these things has to be reduced. So that is why Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao under Sukanya Samruddhi Yojana, where women got an opportunity to save until 10 years. They can save some amount in the banks and post offices up to 20-21 years, and they will get a lump sum amount from the government. And they got one-stop center, that is women helpline was started, that is 1098. Ujjwala Yojana to provide free gas facility, Swadhar Yojana, Sakhi Niwas, so national creche scheme for the women, so Prime Minister's Matru Vandana Yojana, and counseling and legal aids for women, so temporary shelter homes, financial assistance, legal aids, and lot of things were came, but it is implementing is very, very important. So when you say victims of rapes and harassment, they've got the shelter facilities. So a lot of agitations have started, and they were given equal rights. So a lot of trainings are started, self-reliance are started, entrepreneurship development for women were also started. Even in Karnataka government, there are a lot of programs implemented, such as Chetana Bandhu, that is rehabilitation of transgender women, microcredit finance for the women, and Devdasi abolition, jobs providing for the women. Shakti, this is recently launched by the government, that is they got free travel facility throughout the Karnataka state. And there is one more yojana called Gruha Lakshmi, that is women are getting rupees 2,000 financial assistance every month. So this way, a lot of programs are there for the women's development. But when it reaches directly to the women, when they use this kind of facilities, then only women empowerment will happen. So this way, I would like to take you to the next level of our understanding, that is acts for the women. So before independence, we got few acts such as abolition of Sati Act, and where Sati system was abolished with the protest of Rajaram Mohan Rai, Brahma Samaj establishment in 1829. And this rule for Sati came in the year 1987. Widow Remarriage Act abolition. So widows were also allowed to remarriage. So that act came in the year 1856. Indian Contract Act was passed in the year 1872. So 1856, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, who started Satyashodak Samaj, Jyotirao Bapule, who all struggled to get the justice and equality, and they also married widows and allowed widows also, because husbands are able to marry 1 or 2, 3 like that. Why women can also get this kind of opportunity? So they are also equal. So like that they have considered. In 1872, we got Indian Contract Act, where women are getting equal rights in the work. So contract employees getting permanency. And Indian Property Act was started in 1882, where husbands or father's property was divided to women. They were also given equal rights. So prevention of Devdasi system, the Devdasi abolished in 1927 Act was formed. So prostitution, abolition of this prostitution or Devdasi system was there in the 1927 Act. Sharada Act or Child Marriage Restraint Act was passed in 1929. So which is actually child are not allowed to marry in the early ages. But after independence, many things are started implementing. So thanks to the independence, freedom struggle and other things. So we got Factories Act passed in 1948. Hindu Marriage Act was passed in 1955, where girls' age was fixed to 18 and boys' age was 21. And now they have changed it to girls' age to 21 and boys' age to 25. So it is increasing. Now people are getting awareness, and children are also, India, has recorded, beat China in population, #1 in population now. So Hindu Succession Act was passed in 1956, where husbands are property shared to the wife also. So Dowry Prohibition Act in 1961, that is giving and taking of dowry is a punishable offense. So imprisonment and fine was made. So Equal Remuneration Act was passed in 1976, where equal wages were given for both men and women. National Commission Act was passed in 1990, where women were given the Rights Law Council. So, and one more, Domestic Violence Protection Act 2005 was also formed. So that is, whatever violence happens to the women, so men are getting punished. So our women are also getting punished, those who are responsible for that. So we have got Women and Child Development Department started in every state and in central government. And we know the Women and Child Minister Smriti Irani is very active, and she's doing a lot of things for the women development. Women counseling centers, family counseling centers started everywhere. Women studies in all the universities were started. Women rights are given very much preference. So we say the women having a lot of rights, such as right to life, right to liberty, right to feminist movements. That is, we treat women are our ecology. If you cut the trees, it is you are violating women. We have to give equal preference to women, environment, and we should worship women as Mother Earth, we call it as. So right to education, right to health, right to equal wages, and right to dignity. So respect and dignity is very, very important for women like a man. So everybody, when you say women, they should live a very happy life. They should feel very proud as a woman. So now I would like to take you to the role of social workers in women development. As a social worker, psychologist, psychiatrist, or whoever role we play, we have to study, diagnose, and do the treatment and create awareness about women issues. We have to provide educations for women, jobs, counseling, housing facilities, shelter homes, lobbying, that is fight for their rights, organize the women, agitate for their rights, gender sensitization for women. So we should give all the articles, all the things. We should raise the voice against the injustice happening to the women. So we have to give, monitor and evaluate the programs, what is happening for the women, and we should give gender equality, address the women's issues, change the attitude of the society, and treat women and men as equal. So motivate women, more and more women to go for higher education, go for jobs, and remove all the obstacles, remove all the things like confidence and hope we should give in the life of women. We should mobilize and use the resources, and we should whatever the benefits or services, facilities are there for women, we should utilize. We should make the women are the main beneficiaries of all the services. We should develop their skills. We should develop the technology for the women. We should do referral service. We should do home placement. We should provide vocational service. So we should give a special care for women, especially distressed women, disabled women, widowed women, unmarried women. So all types of women, we have to give preference, we have to give opportunity, we have to make women to lead a very successful, sustainable life. So International Women's Day was celebrated every year on the 8th of March. And this year, International Women's Day 2023 theme is that a digital innovation and technological work for the women, for gender equality, and give justice. So this is a very important. We should give dignity, respect. Technology should be implemented for women. So you see, women are there in all the fields. Like we have doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, politicians, police officers, administrators, leaders, pilot. So everybody, you see, women are there in all the fields. We have got first Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, who ruled 14 years, was the first woman Prime Minister. And our first woman president was Pratibha Devi Singh Patil. And we got Kalpana Chawla, who was the first woman to climb the space. She went on to the space. Mother Teresa was the first woman who actually got the Nobel Prize for the peace. Bachendri Pal was the first woman who climbed the Mount Everest. Sarojini Naidu was the first woman who was the first woman governor. Kiran Bedi was the first IPS officer. And we got PT Usha was the first woman who got the championship for the running race athlete, first woman athlete. So we like that, lot of women are achieved, but every woman have got or not, that we have to think. So now I will go to my topic, that is disability and women. As you all aware that a lot of awareness you got about women. Now you think about the disability women. Half of the people with disability have the women. Disabled persons need a identity, facing a lot of problems. they have a complex, they're playing complex role in the society. Their condition is very different in India and the world. So they are depressed. They're facing the problem of depression, anxiety, discrimination, abuse, negligence. So sexual abuse, especially sexual assault. So marriage, a lot of difficulties there for a disabled woman to get the life partners. Very difficult to get childbearing. So hospital facility is also very less. So when you say disabled person, if I go to the Aadhaar Kendra to do Aadhaar for me, they say, you're a disabled person, go to some other Aadhaar Kendra. Why this kind of discrimination? We should fight, we should protest. So men with disability facing this much difficulty means why can't women are also not facing this difficulty? Lot of women, because they're dependent. Someone should take them to such places and they should get the facility. So that is why the male's legal system, whatever is there, we should give care for the women, we should give protection to women, we should support women, we should give assistance to women, we should give food, clothing, shelter, education, employment, nutrition, health, everything we have to provide for the women. We should allow women to go for higher education, especially disabled women. So double disability, that is women is one disability and disability is one more problem, two problems they're facing. So we have the criminal laws, civil laws, whatever is there, they have to respond to the issues of the women. So a lot of acts have come, lot of facilities have come, but we should give education, we should give skill development, we should use technology for the women, we should improve their health condition, we should respond to their women's issue, we should empower them, we should improve their condition, we should make women to lead diversity, equality, inclusion, and community-based rehabilitation we have to provide. We have to work for the awareness, sensitization to the society, attitude change about seeing the women and helping them, providing rehabilitation services, advocacy, giving justice to the they have to, lot of rapes, lot of problems happens. They have to disclose, they have to tell sexual assault or whatever. We have to punish the offenders or victims. We have to give response immediately. So we should know the victims and give the punishment to them and give respect and dignity to women. So this way, knowledge, skill, training, employment is making women more independent, more strong. They raise voice, and we should understand the women. We should support the women. We should give police protection to women with disability. We should provide accessibility to women, because a lot of women with different disability, they have not they're not, we should have a complaint redressal mechanism system that should strengthen the legal system, and it should implement. We should provide the legal aids, we should provide all the facilities. Counseling is very, very important. Helpline should be provided for the disabled women to bring the perpetrators the crimes and give the justice to women. And all these things will happen only through the social workers and the activists like you and me. So we should treat women with disability, because a lot of women are inspiring for all of us. They are honored, they're respected. I want to bring to you some 10-15 achievers with the disabled women who are achieved, and with a lot of disability also they have achieved in a very big way. So in that, one person is Arunima Sinha. So she was actually, while traveling in train, they were actually abused her, and she, while getting down, she was pushed from the train and she fell down and her leg broken, two legs. But with lot of difficulty, with lot of problems, with lot of medical care and education, so she achieved, like she climbed the Mount Everest, and she became a motivational speaker in the world. So, and she became very popular. And the second person is Preeti Srinivasan. So she was also a family, they were not treated properly. She went to hostel and she became a good swimmer, and she achieved in a very big way. And from Karnataka, we had Madhu Singhal, who actually was a managing director of Mitra Jyoti, which is actually, she is providing mobility training, art and craft training, cooking training, home management and cleaning training, computer training for the women. So she is achieved in a very big way. And we got Malati Holla. She was also a problem with both of her legs, and she studied and she achieved in her sports. So she was a very good athlete, sports, and she was a star actually. She achieved in a big way. So she started Matru School for the disabled, and she is giving education to many people. And we got Rajalakshmi. She was also a sports person. She was a wheelchair bound. By using wheelchair, she runs everywhere. She goes to, she is also activist, and she works for the rights of the disabled women. And she's also a dental doctor also. And we got like that Suvarna Raj. Suvarna Raj is also one of the athletes in Paralympics. She got, she's fighting for accessibility for the disabled women. And we got Nidhi Goyal, who is a comedian, and she is an actress, and she is a writer and an artist, and she wrote a lot of poems, and she achieved in a big way, like our John Milton. And we have got Vaishali Saladkar. So he's also a blind chess player. She became a chess champion, and she won a lot of games in her life. Then we had Manasi Joshi. She also lost her legs, but she won the bronze medal in the Paralympics last year. And Hira Singhal, even she also, both her legs are gone, but she was a topper in 2014 UPSC IAS, and she is now an IAS officer. So like this, lot of people in Karnataka. We have got Hema Shetty, who is a manager in Kotak Mahindra Bank, and we have got she is donating wheelchair every year to women. And we have got Chandana. She is becoming a president of Rotary Bangalore Abilities in the coming year. She achieved a lot in her life. She's working in a big company, Wipro. And we have got Priya. She is a counselor, and she is working for Canara Bank as a manager. Shalini, we got, she is also a manager. She is also a person with blindness, and she is assistant manager in New India Assurance, Mysore. And we have got Kameshwari. She is a Google activist. So in Google, she is doing a lot of software development. Whatever problems you bring in Google, she will solve immediately in Google. And we have got Pinky Raj. She's working for Accenture. Even she does night duties, and she works very confidently. Except a lot of people works a lot. So now I would like to stress now upon two major things for women, which is very important for women to become independent. One is education. We should focus on women's education. Every woman has a right to get education. All the learning facilities should be provided in the classroom, in the special schools, in the ordinary schools, in the everywhere. So women should be given transport facilities, scholarships, and we should encourage women to get higher education. And employment, when you take reservation is there, 3% in education. Employment, we have got 4% reservation. And this women should recruit all the government departments, all the private NGOs, and we should encourage women to get self-employment, recruitment, training, wage providing. So everything we should provide for the disabled women, and we should bring the women into the mainstream, and we should provide barrier-free environment and accessibility. We should identify different posts. So totally 99 departments are there in Karnataka. Like in India, we have got 250 departments, and only 130 departments identified jobs. Another 120 departments are not identified. We should protest. We should go to do RTI. We should do PIL petition, and we should make them to aware all this, and we should make all the departments to identify jobs for the disabled. And National Disabled Commission is there. In central government, we have chief commissioner, and in state government, in all states, we have disabled commissioner, who are actually fighting for the rights, and any injustice or things are happening against women. So they are actually protesting, and they will get justice to that. So a lot of research and developments are happening, review of jobs. We have, a lot of self-employment, technology. Like, for example, I am talking with you. You're in Hyderabad and I'm in Karnataka. I'm talking with you through the help of this Zoom. Because of this technology is making us independent. So like that, women are also playing multiple roles. 48% women are there, disabled women. We should give equality, equal wages for women, and decision making. We should provide equal opportunities. We have to provide. We should change the attitude of the people, because women, she plays two roles, multiple roles. Like one is in at home, at workplace. So even we have in front of us Mary Florence. Even she is also having some problem with her legs, but she is confidently conducting all the sessions every day, and she's such a strong person. So this way, disabled rights movement activists should happen. We should protect their rights, give full participation. So we have got 4 acts for the women, with disabilities. One is 1995 Persons with Disability Act. Second one is Act for Mentally Retarded, Lunatics and Multiple Disabilities in 1999, and Rehabilitation Council of India Act 1999, and Rights of Protection, Rights of Persons with Disability Bill 2016. So like these 4 acts, whatever is there, we should give freedom, equality, and better quality of life of women should happen. Human resource of women should utilize, and rehabilitation for women should happen. So recognize women. We should give social securities to women. Legal guardianship we should give. We should develop women's power. We should, protect women against exploitation. We should give family support. We should give husband, wife, whoever is there. We should develop their skills, sensitize people, give education, give loans through NHFTC, that is National Handicap Finance Development Corporation. So with this regard, I want to bring to you that I am going to take this year as a director of Rotary in District 3190, Bangalore. So where I am planning for following activities for the women with disabilities. So this is my estimated plan and I may change it. So one is actually we want to do the classification of all the Rotarians, and we should focus on DEI, that is diversity, equity, inclusion, and 4-way test, yoga training, Vishnu Sahasranama training we want to provide, and we have to provide CLAP training. CLAP means communication, leader, abilities, and personality development. So this every year when I was a president, I started. So this is the 4th year we are doing it. And mobility and computer training every year we are doing, and this year also we'll do. And we will also do the trainings for the school and college going students about how to take care of the disabled persons, and personality development, spoken English communications, and career development issues, and how to face the exams, and career guidance. And we also want to teach the people, like every year, economic and community development regarding how to save, how to earn, how to invest, how to do income generation, how to form self-help groups, and all these things. And we are also doing skill development workshop for the women and children to celebrate Children's Day, Women's Day, and we every year we celebrate International Day of Persons with Disability to recognize all the disabled achievers. Every year we give awards to about 9 to 10 people. This year also we would like to do. So why I am telling all this? Because you should also involve with us. If you collaborate with us, we can do wonders. So at least I will be putting these messages to Mary Florence. She will be informing. So all these things you should do. Then only this will reach to the people. So we should conduct sports, cultural activities to women and youth, and Braille reading, writing competition. And we celebrate Louis Braille Day every year on January 4th. So this is also our thing. So life skill training, we are doing music, recreation, games, and other activities we conduct for the women. And we celebrate Women's Day by providing tailoring machine, craft, art, and cooking training, and recognize the women. As I said, forming the self-help groups, providing whatever the needs. So we should conduct one summer camp, and we also provide scholarship and sponsor 1 or 2 students who are economically poor, who are pursuing higher education, and who wanted to achieve in their life. This is all we are doing for economic empowerment of the women. And we are also focusing more on the job melas, Udyoga melas, that is, we are finding the jobs for them, and we are contacting with corporates, and we are telling them to hire these people by conducting these job melas to the persons with disabilities. And we also conduct career council about what jobs they can take after they finish the education. And health, wellness, and nutrition training for women is also very important. And I am also planning to establish one skill development training center for disabled persons. We have one person, you all know, Helen Keller, who is actually, we celebrate every year on 27 June, her birthday. So she is a deaf blind person. She has achieved, she has written a lot of books and everything. So like that, depends upon all the availabilities, we will do everything. So now last, I would like to end here by telling this 4-way test we conduct in Rotary. That is, whenever we do any assessment, we do 4 things. One is it truth? Whatever we do, whatever we give, it should be truth. Like we have to study everything. If it is truth, then only we should take the issues. Is it fair to all concerned? That is second one. That is, it should be fair. Everybody should agree it. Everybody should feel that we should do this, then only we should do the work. Then third one, will it be build goodwill and better friendship? So that means goodwill is very important everywhere. So we should have long lasting relationship to do our service and fellowship. And last, finally, fourth one is, will it be beneficial to all the concerned? Whenever we do any work, we follow this. This four-way test was introduced by Herbert J. Taylor in 1932. So he was a psychologist. And this way, all these techniques, whatever we are following by seeing all these philanthropists and philosophers and all these people. With that, I would like to thank the organizers, Ravindra sir, Mary, and everybody for giving me this opportunity. And I'm ready to take up any question. But what I would like to tell is, use the technology, appoint many disabled persons. JAWS is there in computer where they can perform any work independently. You can give the confidence, give the job, morning, evening, they will finish. Like example is me. So this way, everybody can do everything only when you give the opportunity. So we don't want sympathy, we need empathy. We don't want compassion, we need an opportunity and abilities to show challenges. You should give the facilities so that we can prove that we will be with you. With that, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nagarajji. It was a wonderful session. And you gave a lot of information about various, people who have achieved in spite of their disabilities. That's a great inspiration for everyone, especially, where we are looking for excuses for doing something in spite of being challenged. They are doing wonders. So that's a great inspiration for everyone. And congratulations, and for soon to be director for Rotary. I think with that position, you will be able to do much more contribution to the society and to the disabled population.
Yes,
and
sir.
especially abled persons.
Sure. I will take up that responsibility and I will involve you all actually in the coming days for I need your help in many ways.
Sure, we are always welcome. We are open-hearted, open-handed also, as our platform is also open. This platform, we don't take anything from anyone, only we invite knowledge. This platform is dedicated for knowledge dissemination. Even collaborations are free. We don't charge any single pice from anyone.
Thank you.
So we are always welcoming those who are like-minded, kind-hearted to collaborate with us. We have all the facilities to be used in a right sense, not misusing any of these facilities. We are always welcome. Those who would like to join, we are always extending our hand. Support, definitely you are always welcome to join, reach out, and whatever we can do, we'll definitely extend from our side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So any question, I'm ready to take up from anybody.
Yeah, dear friends, if you have any queries, clarifications, feedback, feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand or use chat box to share. There are a few appreciation messages, but I don't see any queries.
I think I took too long to.
It's okay,
explain.
fine. Dr. P. Arunachalam.
Yes, thank you. Nicely section. Actually, you are the eye opener to all. But after the death, how much times the eye to be donated? That is a point to be highlighted, because after the death, everyone to not donate the eyes. It's a very help to the human society, that blindness to make the eye opener to all, how to become more successful in the
Yes.
world.
Okay. Basically, we celebrate every year two things. One is World Eye Donation Day on 8th October we celebrate, wherein we create awareness everywhere, and all the hospitals we go and create awareness about eye donation. And we also visit schools and colleges and we create awareness about this eye donation. That is one way. And second way is we have got this Lions Club, like Rotary Club. So we all join the club, join people, and we celebrate these days like Helen Keller's Day is there, World Disabled Day is there, and Eye Donation Day is also there on October 14th. Where what we do basically is we do the blind walk, and we create awareness in the different places, and all will join together and they walk. Actually, we take the sighted people and we use our stick and take them, and they will be blindfolded, so that they will get awareness about and they will understand what is the problem the person with blindness are facing. So this way we create awareness and we tell. So after the death of power star Punit Rajkumar, the Kannada film star, so more than a lakh people, gave their this one form they filled and they submitted, and they said they will do the eye donation. So organ donation, eye donation, all these things we are encouraging. And Disabled Day, December 3rd, that day also we sensitize. Even Louis Braille Day, that day also we sensitize about this eye donation everywhere. But as you said, all over the country, all over the world, we have reached. Everybody joins hands together. If you join all the hands, then only we can clap. So like that, everybody organizes together can make a lot of difference. Arun sir.
Actually, how many times the eye should be after the death to be reusable?
Exactly.
How many hours?
Basically, what according to studies, it is saying that after the death, about 8 to 12 hours it can be used, and immediately we have to donate the eyes. And in some circumstances, even a day also it is taking, but maximum by 12 hours you have to give it, and it should be used and it should be put up. And one more thing is, everybody telling that if you will definitely get eyes if somebody donates. It is not true like for all the people. Like me, a lot of people came forward to donate, but there is no nervous system which fits the eyes. There is no eyeball which fits the eye. So everybody can't get. Those who are middle blind and those who have the possibilities, then they only can get. Otherwise, you couldn't see any blind person only. Everybody would have got eyes. So this way, to some extent you can do this, but not all the people you can do. But education and employment is the main eyes. I can say for me, my parents are the eyes, and my wife and children are the eyes. They are supporting in a big way. Like that, everybody should support each other. Then only that will become, that is a darkness to light you will give to everybody.
Thanks. Thanks a lot for sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Arnachalamji.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else have any queries? I think it was very clear. And thank you, Nagarajji, for joining us and sharing your valuable insights. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Then we are moving to our last session for the day. We have with us Mary Florence. She is a professional social worker having more than 17 years of experience, having worked with different settings and at various positions. And she is also founder for Mary Florence Frida Charitable Trust. She is helping cancer patients, and she is very active in taking up various social activities. So we welcome you, Mary, for your session on role of social worker in women and widows empowerment.
Good night, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me this opportunity to to share my experience on role of social worker. I will tell what I did in the field of 17 years in what I did help in the women's sector. Actually, in women's helpline, which I worked in the initial stage in 2006, there we used to attend the calls and we used to note down what all problems is happening, and we used to I worked in the police commissioner office where women used to call. We used to take the details, age, sex, everything. Then we used to report to the women's police station. Then if it's in-laws means we call in-laws. Then we husband means we call husband, and we do a consolidated meeting. And after that, if it is a legal case, then we hand over to the advocates who are working for free for us through the Karnataka government. They are paid by the Karnataka government, and otherwise we put it to the a famous NGO is there, Vimochana, which is run by Dr. Donna Fernandez. She is actually the ex-defense minister, George Fernandez's brother's wife. So she does the major cases. That is, she also does free of cost for us. Then I worked with the child helpline. There also I used to speak with the women. Women means child is also there involved in that. So when I worked in Makla Saivani, it is in Bangalore, 1098. There we attend, I was posted in 2 shifts. There one shift is 8 to 2 and another shift is 3 o'clock to 10 o'clock. I worked in both the shifts. So first shift I worked is like you have to do documentation, what is the child sex, age and all. And after evening shift, if you work, you should go for home visits. And there I have heard people, children telling to me that mother is not taking care of me, and she's going out always for work and she's not paying attention to me. So we called both the parents and we kept parents meeting, and we addressed the woman how she should be parent training and all was given to that woman, and then we handed over the child to her. Then actually I got a very great opportunity in women and child development behind Kidwai Hospital in Bangalore. There is 8 institutions. There I got the senior counselor post. So first I was placed in boys home. In that probation officer is superintendent is the head, probation officers there. In that more 80 to 90% women are working in that. They have passed this KPSC exam, that is Karnataka State Public Service Commission exam. And according to the grade, they are put in different sectors. Like few people are posted behind women and behind Niman's women and child departments, and some near Madiwala market. It's a major vegetable market. There they are posted in remand home, and another women and child department head office is next to State Bank of India head office, Majestic. So I worked in the mediator office, that is behind Kidwai Hospital. So that 8 institutions, in that probation officer will do those who have done MSW or MA Sociology or Home Science, usually this first day before this MSW course came, this Home Science students had Women and Child Development one chapter subject. So most of the women, so MSc Home Science people only will occupy the post. But now after MSW has come into place, so now they're giving the positions to MSWs and MA Sociology. There we take in boys home, we used to take all the documents and they all the runaway children who are found in bus station, railway station, and then we hand over to each place, and we found their address, and one police will come with us and 2 department people. We are given police pass, and I had gone to one of the girls' home in Madurai, VDL home. I went and dropped one child in with my assistant, with my senior person, Karigowda sir. So that I did in girls' home. Then boys' home, I had gone to the in Karnataka only local. I had gone to Mandya to drop a child in vocational center. He had finished 10th standard and he didn't have parents, so we hand over there. That is also part of Women and Child Department. There, another one home is there inside. That is Shishu Mandir. That is the 3rd home. In that, there's children who are left in. Girl children who are left in the government hospital like Vani Vilas, Nimans, John's, or Martha's hospital. All the private or government hospitals are brought to the police station, and from police station it's handed over to this Shishu Mandir, and we give for adoption. And in this adoption procedure, actually, if you do adoption outside, you have the charge is paid for the lawyer, advocate. But here, no, in this home, we are doing free of cost. So the adopted parents will come, and that lawyer is appointed by Karnataka government, civil court. It's next to Majestic. Home Science College is there. So there, that people will come. And we hand over the child, and this is all free of cost. So anybody around in Bangalore, you can approach me and I can do the needful for you. And next is the mental retardation home. It's the children who are mental retarded. They are denied by the home. Only boys are there, not girls. Only boys are kept in this Bangalore home. Girls are kept in with supervision of the nuns in Mysore home. But here only in Bangalore, boys are there. So in that I worked in there also one probation officer, Satya Narayan sir. So we used to give food and but they are little mild and moderate. They are not severe or profound type. The 3rd and 4th category. So we used to teach them bhajans, prayers, and all this. Women probation officer, and I assisted with that persons. Then we go to the state home. State home is where they all are young adults, all are between 20 to 40, who are denied by husband, who are denied by husband or divorced, or somebody sexually molested, or there are some rape cases also came for our department. But afterwards we found that they are mentally not all right, and they come from very poor socio-economic background. They take it, and we hand over to the major head office home is there in Mysore home. We do that. Then afterwards we have the reception home. There the people there are actually today's a widow day. So in that more widows are there who are children are left them, or young widows who don't have children. So in that the widows are given vocational training by Karnataka government, like they are formed into self-help groups. They are like they are taught training like stitching, tailoring, then hand basket making, and they are doing these napkins, sanitary napkins, eco-friendly napkins they are taught, and they are taught to do to stitch ready-made garments, cotton type, to the local vendors in Shivaji Nagar and Commercial Street, small shops, and they earn money out of it. And some people in that home also, they are some 18, 19 years, young girls, they're denied by the parents because they are girl child. So for them also, we had one government mandap where we did, we only found the probation officer only found proposal, and we got married to two girls in that home. And afterwards in head office, what they do is like, head office is basically we announce the advertisements for the skilled workers, and we give lot of employment, how to do earn from home, how to earn money, like basket making, or self-help groups like with 10 women, and every month they will pay 500. Like this month, my in my house, my daughter's naming ceremony means that amount will go to that person. The 10 people will give that chit to they are organizing a chit base, and after that it will go to a chit, and then after that, if it's a person's marriage, they borrow for a loan, and the loans are given by the Karnataka bank. That is also behind Nimans. That banks, and we are motivated like that, we have empowered, and the people who are little educated, they're done little PUC and all, we give computer training, and we are placed in the B.Ed colleges, we are given teacher training. In that we have empowered women, and in the we have worked in the remand home. In that remand home, that probation officer is a woman. In that also women officers are there. There, the more are gents only, not ladies. But that women remand home is in Mysore. But here in the remand home, that woman probation officer, what she does is this theft, or some scooter stealing, or this stealing. So there they take documents, and they hand over the after they are counseled. They have done lot of counseling for that in remand home. Actually, many people don't go to the remand home, women to work there, but I thought it's a challenge, let me go and work there. So I went and worked. Actually, if all are young boys, but if you go and speak to them politely, they tell their case history, they need the love and affection. But once we have done mistake, we should not deny anybody, we should give always a second chance. That one thing I learned in the remand home. Anybody who's done mistake, there is always a second chance in life. It's not that is the end of the life. And once I got the opportunity to visit that major jail in Parampara jail, where that the Chief Minister Jayalalitha was there. That jail also I got the opportunity to visit through counseling in my UG. I did psychology, abnormal psychology. There we went and counseled the jail patients. But to tell that one story, why they killed, is like a very pathetic, but we should not, that time we should not cry. We should show our compassion, and we should do a lot of, in that remand home and this jail, we should lot of empathize with them, and we should find a solution. Actually, in social work, they tell you should not give a fish, you should teach him to fish. That is the social work quotation, what we learn in first semester. So that in that way, we found some jobs for them through the our college, and we motivated them. That one opportunity I got to work with women. And afterwards, I have in my house, we have rented for HIV/AIDS women. Actually, my friend's mom is running that unit. So there also I got the opportunity to work with this HIV/AIDS affected women. They lost their husband, but all are having children. And so only some are negative out of that, and some are positive also. So there are family groups, they do counseling, and some of these women's children are employed in garment factories, and they have gone to very good colleges like this HIV/AIDS woman. One girl is studied the college which I studied, the topmost college in Bangalore, Mount Carmel. There also she studied, and we have counselors coming, and there is a field work going there in that. Actually, that director is Jyoti Kiran. She's 75 years now. Also, she's doing a lot of work for that. This one, and then I worked with cancer patients in women's ward in Kidwai Hospital. There we motivated how they can recover from cancer. We did lot of counseling with them. We spoke to them how they should take tablets, and my madam was there, HOD of the social welfare department, Kidwai Hospital. There we get, and on the topic of widows, I share my personal experience. Actually, my own aunt is a widow. My own my mom's brother's wife is a widow, but she lost her husband when she was 8 years and 10 years. But she's not that very educated. But today she's motivated, and she went beyond stability. She worked, and today my brother is a CA, and my sister is a cost accountant. But that is one story. And another one is, my friend recently lost her husband in 2019. She's also married to a Navy officer, but unfortunately she lost her husband. So we have placed in my college, UG college, Mount Carmel, as accountant. So in that way, I motivated by this. And another thing, I got motivated by someone. Woman means is my best friend. She has suffered 2 times heart transplant, and she was a hockey person, but suddenly she was diagnosed with dilated cardiomyopathy, and then she recovered, and through a motivation and courage, today she had reached Paralympics, and that's the thing I gained a lot of. And one more thing, in my house, we are a women empowerment, because I have 2 sisters. My mother is there, and my dad is a very busy job. Is like he had worked in Reserve Bank. He had no time to see the family. My mother only motivated us. She's the biggest inspiration for me. Today I am standing in this place and speaking about this. The first woman empowered I got from my mother, because she's motivated me not only in studies. She's taught me all the household activities, how to adjust, and so much is motivation I got for her in whatever situation I face. Also in life, I think, okay, Florence, today you failed, tomorrow there's always a chance. I just bounce back and I do it. So always my mother has been a big motivation for me. And she had planned, when she had the 3 kids, one should come in medical, one should come in nutrition, one should come society, how society work. That's what her dream was. Then I don't know, by God's grace, she used to pray a lot, but that my sister achieved through doctor, and my other sister like that. So I have seen a lot of inspirational women that really motivated me to become to speak on women empowerment here. Thank you for the opportunity, sir. And I thank Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me this great opportunity to share my experience. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mary. Sometimes, more than a presentation of having something, sharing life experiences is also contributes a lot and motivates a lot. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations. We wish you all the success.
And thank you, sir, for the opportunity once again. Because this is the first time I am speaking about women empowerment from my own experience. Usually I share PPT or I speak from PPT. So today what I have experienced, I saw in my social work and my family outside, neighbors and NGO, what I felt, I said. I truly said it from my heart, what I felt. I don't know whether I made mistake or not, but that's what I did. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mary. Congratulations. It was very well presented. We thank everyone. If there are any queries, we can quickly take it up. Otherwise, we shall conclude for the day. So I thank everyone, each one of you, all the presenters, participants, for joining us on this wonderful occasion. And especially special thanks to Mrs. Rekha Singh and Miss Preeti Saini, Sri Shivaram Raugar, and Nagaraj, and Miss Mary, and all the participants who have been there with us on this international seminar. And hope you all had wonderful insights on various topics and you enjoyed all the sessions. So we request everyone to quickly fill up the overall feedback form for the entire seminar. Is mandatory. While you are filling up the feedback form, we have one commemoration. I will quickly complete while you are filling up the feedback form. Today we are also commemorating International Olympic Day, which was first observed in 1948. As we all know, the Olympics is the world's largest international multi-sport event held every 4 years, and thousands of athletes and sportspersons from all across the world take part in various games and sports. And it is inspired by the Greeks' ancient Olympic Games held in Olympia from the 8th century BC to the 4th century AD. The first modern Summer Olympic Games were held in 1896 in Athens, Greece. Since its foundation, International Olympic Day has widened its audience and has adapted to various local specifics. So the day is celebrated to promote and spread awareness about the Olympic movement and to encourage more and more people to take part in the Olympic Games. Athletes and sportspersons from almost all nations participate in sports activities such as runs, music, exhibitions, different sports and games, and educational seminars on this day. So the Olympic Day has three pillars: move, learn, detect. The National Olympic Committee encourages the participation of all, regardless of their gender, age, social background. The idea of the Olympic oath was introduced in 1920, and the Olympic flame or the Olympic torch is inaugurated in the Olympic Games in Amsterdam in 1928. Though the popular belief is that gold medals are made of gold, this is not the case. Many times we see, we also got many times these gold medals in our schools, colleges, universities, and even various other events. And whenever we see, there is a common notion, in fact, or a common or a popular belief that gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal, or all these medals are made of the metals which they are specifying. But it's even the Olympic medals are also an alloy of various materials, including gold or bronze or silver, whatever it is. It's not purely of a single metal, because that's a costly thing, and that runs into huge amount of money. So that's the reason they are not always good. Maybe some organizations might be giving earlier, but they are very few in number. Even today also there are certain organizations, they give even purely gold prizes or articles also. But in general, it is so. And the Olympic torch relay does not date back to ancient Olympics, but it has its roots in Berlin Olympics in 1936. So some people think that this Olympic torch was also as ancient, as oldest as the Olympic history, but it was only in the 19th century it was started. In ancient Olympic games, were played nude actually. In ancient Greece, the athletes would run naked in the marathons while competing in those days. And the unit Olympic torch has been taken to space multiple times. So it has performed a space journey. And one of the major targets of the Olympic Day is to encourage young people to take more and more part in games, sports, and activities. So learn new sport or engage yourself in some physical activity which is very much required. And the 5 rings of the Olympic ring represent one continent of the world each. In addition to that, one at least of the colors of the ring is present on the flags of all countries in the world. That's how it's a true representation of international collaboration. So thank you everyone for joining us on this wonderful occasion. Hope everyone has filled the feedback form. We have shared, as we have informed, we have shared a Google form also, which will be opened, which has been already opened. So those who had some difficulty or those who have attended but could not fill the feedback form or left early, who have met the minimum eligibility requirements, you can also fill up the registration cum feedback form. And the presenters, those who have presented, are requested to complete the formalities as mentioned in the registration cum feedback form, because this was a very short notice and we need all the details and to prepare certificates and for our documentation records purpose. So those who have presented, complete the formalities, and those who have participated, fill the registration cum feedback form, through which automatically certificates are generated. It has been already shared in the chat box and also is available on website and also shared to you along with the invitation message, that is joining link. So thank you once again everyone for joining us. See you all tomorrow with the same link at 6 o'clock. Take care. Good night.